Something that I always start the meetings with is after welcome is just, besides welcoming you, to encourage your participation. When you do come up to the podium, if you wish to speak, you may not have done so before, but it's a good thing to understand. There's a clock, and at 2 minutes, that clock, there'll be a tone go out, a beep, and that lets you know that there'll be a minute left. I would appreciate cooperation from anybody speaking to please not use any bad language. We've got a mixed group, especially today. We have a lot of children in our presence, so please consider that when you speak. And I will lead the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
There were some good pledges out there.
Yes, there were. We thank you very much for participating.
Very experienced audience.
I think he needs to play on a professional team and do that for the country. Good job, buddy.
So at this time, I will call for oral communications. And if anybody would like to speak on any item not on the agenda, please come forward and do so.
Good morning. I hope you all had just a wonderful Easter holiday weekend. Darkness. Did you know that darkness doesn't really exist? It cannot be measured. Light can be measured, but darkness cannot. Darkness is merely the absence of light. So when a child states that they are afraid of the dark, what they are really saying is that they are afraid when there is no light. Of course, there is another kind of darkness that cannot be measured, and we are likely all afraid of it. And I bet that most of the people in this room have experienced it in some way, shape, or form. And if you haven't yet, you probably will. It is the darkness we feel when something so bad happens to us that we find ourselves in a state of hopelessness and despair, when it feels like we've lost touch with everything good in our lives. But these words are not good enough to describe it. It cannot be truly understood, and it cannot be measured. Unfortunately for some, this darkness may never go away. For others, the passage of time may provide some healing and cracks in the barriers that keep the light out. For others, there are people who intervene. They recognize the need, forcing their way in. They smash the barriers that keep the light out. They connect us with the goodness again, and they reveal a world so amazing, so good, so connected to the light that we would never have known it even existed if we hadn't entered the darkness in the first place and had never been exposed to those people. They are the light. Should we all be the light? Heavenly Father, words cannot describe how grateful I am for the people you sent to share the light. So I'll repeat these lyrics instead. I know it's not much, but I've nothing else fit for a king except a heart singing hallelujah. Please help us to be more attentive to the needs of those around us. Show us the words to say and the things to do to spread your light. For those currently stuck in the darkness, please, Lord, send people with your light right now. Let our county be a place known for the light. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you.
Thank you. Before our next speaker starts, we do have, unfortunately, another technical issue. So if folks can bear with us here, and we'll try to get this fixed as quickly as possible. Thank you. Okay, we're going to resume the meeting. If we can get board members back to the dais, please. We're starting the meeting. Okay, welcome back. Sorry for the interruption. We're going to resume oral communications. And so there was one gentleman that was up. I don't know if he stepped out. So Okay. Whoever wants to come up next, please do so. Good morning.
Good morning, supervisors. Thank you for allowing this open time to speak, and thank you, Tracy. Good to see you all. My name is Howard White. I've met most of you before, many of you, and we got a lot of echo, but I'll step back. I'm representing today Love Tuolumne County, and I'm sure that you've seen this sign before out in the streets and around town. This is our 4th year with Love Tuolumne County. It is a nonprofit organization, 501c3, entirely run by volunteers, the board, and all the many volunteers that we have. And our purpose is to clean and beautify Tuolumne County. And if you've seen some of the projects that we've worked on Heaven for Kids, the playground, for 4 years now. We've worked on many schools, put in classroom teacher restrooms and things, have painted the senior center. We've done a lot of weed whacking around town. We've de-graffitied downtown Sonora. We've partnered with a lot of nonprofits, including One Pile at a Time. Jaren, you and I have been on those projects. And we have basically just really worked to clean up. And we also partner with schools and interfaith and trails. We're doing a lot of work with trails because there are a lot of people that really enjoy the trails here. This year, we will be hosting our Serve Weekend on April 27th and 28th. Friday, it's a Saturday and Sunday. And this year is going to be different in that we have a kickoff rally, which we've had in the past on the morning of Saturday, but a lot of times people from up the hill or Groveland don't want to drive here for the kickoff party and drive back. So we're going to have the kickoff party a week in advance. And that is Sunday the 21st from 12:30 until 3 p.m. So that will be at the Cancer Center. We are working to have some food trucks there and some other fun activities. So it'll be more of a party than it will be just a work event. So key points here. In the past, we've had about 100 projects and over 1,000 volunteers so far in the 4 years. 2 years ago, we had 30 projects and 450 volunteers just in that one weekend. So this year we have 29 projects already identified, several other people that say they want to add projects, and we have over 300 volunteer spots, and people are already volunteering. Our website is www.lovetuolumnecounty.org, and we encourage you to go to that website to identify projects you'd like to work on, or if you have an idea for a new project, to identify that new project. And I think that's
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Morning, everybody. My name is Lori. My name is Lori Livingston, and I'm echoing. And I am the executive director of Tuolumne County Arts. And I would also like you to all be invited. Since we are in California, we're already here anyway. April is Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month. So there are a lot of things going on, some of which are from the grant that we were awarded from the California Arts Council. So I'm here to tell you what some of them are. The first one, that everyone, by the way, is invited to all of these. They're all free. The first one is the Watch Resources Mosaic Mural. It is the ribbon cutting ceremony. That is this Saturday, the 6th at 10 a.m. It's a beautiful mural. I've seen it. It's going to be something that people will constantly go and refer to and look at and appreciate. And they're all that way. All of the artists have worked really hard for a year to put all of their work into these pieces. Number 2 is the In Focus Awards presentation from 5 to 7. That's not part of the Heartland grant, but that is also something that's going on. I'm trying to do them a little bit calendar-wise. That awards presentation is 5 to 7. It's at the Jamestown Community Hall. The show itself is April 10th through 21st. Please refer to their website to find out the times for that. Let's see. Number 3 is Last Earth. The representative artist is Jen Fletcher. She's representing the Greater Good Collective. That will be an immersive environmental art experience opening Earth Day weekend 2024, 19th, 20th, and 21st. It's in 3 acts. Again, you can contact 209-768-3266 for any other information. It's at the Veterans Hall in Tuolumne City. At the Water's Edge, Peg Riza, I won't get through this, so I won't talk about it. Anyway, at the Water's Edge, that will be April 22nd through 29th, 10 to 4 p.m. It's in the Miners Hall across from Columbia Mercantile. Let's see. Some of these do not have venues yet, but they will be happening. There will be Paradolia, Crow Castleberry, that will be in downtown, as well as in Columbia. I think she has 2 places. The times are not set. Please don't forget Cinco de Mayo, also at Columbia State Park. That is the 4th and the 5th. There will be a soft opening at the museum in Columbia on the 3rd. There's Flow, A Story of California's Water. It is a film by Rhea Rice Larson. I do not know when that opening is. There is also another one, a ribbon cutting, and it is a mural, and it is at the Game Room on the 20th. That is Stephanie.
thank
Haney.
you.
Thank you very much.
Very much. Come back again and tell us more. Good morning.
Starting. I'm Diane. Dear esteemed members of Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors, I stand before you today with a concern that resonates deeply with many members of our community, the issue of parking vehicles on front yards in Tuolumne County residential zoning districts R1, R2, and R3. This seemingly innocuous practice not only undermines the aesthetic appeal of our neighborhoods, but also poses several significant concerns that affect the safety, property value, county revenue, and overall well-being of our community. Firstly, allowing vehicles to be parked on front yards diminishes the visual appeal of our neighborhoods. Our front yards are often considered the face of our homes, contributing significantly to the overall aesthetic charms of our communities. When these spaces are cluttered with parked vehicles, it detracts from the beauty and cohesiveness of the surroundings. This not only affects the pride that we take in our homes, but also impacts the desirability of our neighborhoods for potential residents and visitors. Moreover, the practice of parking vehicles on front yards can have adverse effects on homeowner property values and create revenue losses for Tuolumne County by lowering assessed property taxes. Studies have shown that the presence of parked vehicles in front yards decreases curb appeal and subsequently decreases property values in neighborhoods, which is why numerous cities and counties in California have ordinances against this practice. As responsible stewards of our community, it's imperative that we take measures to safeguard property values and ensure that our neighborhoods remain attractive and desirable places to live. Beyond the aesthetic and financial implications, there's also practical concerns associated with parking vehicles in front yards. Such practices create safety hazards, such as interfering with access and egress by emergency services. Additionally, parked vehicles on front yards can contribute to soil compaction, erosion, and environmental degradation, further exacerbating the long-term sustainability of our communities. To address these pressing concerns, I urge the Board of Supervisors to consider implementation of an ordinance in Tuolumne County for residential zoning districts R1, 2, and 3, prohibiting the parking of vehicles on front yards. Such an ordinance would not only preserve the visual appeal of our neighborhoods, but also promote safety, address environmental concerns, prevent the loss of tax revenues, enhance property values, and foster a greater sense of community pride. In conclusion, I implore the Board of Supervisors to prioritize the preservation of our community aesthetics and the welfare of our residents by taking decisive action against the parking of vehicles on front yards. By doing so, we can reaffirm our commitment to creating vibrant, attractive, and sustainable neighborhoods for generations to come. Thank you for your attention and consideration. And I have
Thank you.
some literature I'd like to pass out to each member.
Yeah, if you can just give
If
it to the
that's
board
possible.
clerk, please.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. Come on up.
A little bit higher than. Good morning. I'm Leonidas Russell, member of the League of Women Voters of the Mother Lode, and I'm reading a statement on behalf of our president, Brenda McHenry. The Brown Act states, every agenda for a regular meeting must allow members of the public to speak on any item of interest as long as the item is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the legislative body. Further, the public must be allowed to speak on a specific item of business before or during the legislative body's consideration of it. End quote. Currently, only those members of the public who can attend in person are allowed that opportunity. Your decision to discontinue public comments via Zoom has excluded many of your constituents. You promote civic engagement, but this policy discourages that goal. By allowing virtual comments, you increase participation from a broader range of constituents, including those who cannot attend in-person meetings due to various reasons, including work commitments or family responsibilities. The League of Women Voters of the Mother Lode urges the Board of Supervisors to restore virtual commenting during its televised meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak?
All right. Good morning, and I'll keep it clean for the kids back there. Anyway, I'm John Flynn. For anybody who doesn't know me, I'm the political watchdog, and to take a bite out of crime. Arr, arr. I like doing that. That's my little calls. And good morning to the retired members of the California Attorney General's office. Thank you for your thank you for being excellent public servants. And good morning to the nefarious supervisors in front of me, and Sarah Jean Corella and Christopher Smith. I have a message from Ty Robin. Last night, or not even last night, before 4 p.m. yesterday, he filed a federal lawsuit against the Board of Supervisors, Sarah Jean Corella, Christopher Smith, and against Tuolumne County government by way of habeas corpus and quo or quo warranto. Also, he filed a supplement jurisdiction, a way for the federal courts to hear claims, which would be grievances, for which they would not ordinarily have jurisdiction. Then he has also filed a remonstrance through the California State Legislature, Senate, for impeachment. That's Senate for impeachment against all 4 crooked judges at the new courthouse: Kevin Siebert, David Breyerdorf, Laura Craig, and Philip A. Pimentel. That's rarely ever done, but it is pulled off. And number 3, February 27th, the Board of Supervisors, Ryan Campbell Jarbrand, and David Goldenberg, all 3 of you, openly conducted serial communications with Carol Dowd to extend a restraining order to other people. And that's okay. Now, this squarely falls under the Civil Rights Conspiracy, Title 18, USC, Section 241. Conspiracy exists when 2 or more persons join together and form an agreement to violate the law and to commit criminal acts. Ryan Campbell, Jarbrand, and David Golden, Miss Dow, she's in the room. You're all 3 of you are going to get sued in federal court. I'm tired of this crap. I really am. Now, Friday, March 15th, Sarah Jean Carrillo, Christopher Smith both lied under penalty of perjury in the kangaroo court for Judge Breyerdorf. And if I have time, I got to see here. And Cody Nepster, I need a first and last name of the real estate agent who sold the homes and the commission, California Public Records Act. Thank you.
Would anybody else like to speak under oral communications? Okay. We'll close oral communications. We'll move on to staff reports. Are there staff members that would like to report? Please come up.
Good morning, Chair Goldenberg, Board of Supervisors. Thanks for having me. I just wanted to announce to you and the public and remind you that on Tuesday, April 9th, the Tuolumne County Title 17 Zoning Code Update Project will come before you in a public hearing here in this room, 9 a.m. next Tuesday. This is an update. It's available for review and comment on the county's website. If you just go to the search bar and type in Title 17 Update, you will find the website. If anyone has questions or comments, they can reach out to me. My phone number is 533-5961 and my email is on the website. It's a comprehensive update to our zoning code and we want to hear from the public and hope to see everyone there. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, board members. Just a friendly reminder from your Tuolumne County Office of Emergency Services that this Saturday, we will be having our annual wildfire preparedness town hall from 9 to 2 down at the Mother Lode Fairgrounds in the Sierra Building. We will have multiple presenters, CAL FIRE, County Fire, Sheriff's Office. We'll have Animal Control, Red Cross, multiple other individuals and organizations that are presenting, and we hope the public joins us in learning more about how we can all be a part of improving our wildfire preparedness here in Tuolumne County. Thank you. I have flyers in the back as well.
Thank you. Hello.
Morning, Board.
Good morning.
Mike Mazook, Tuolumne County Animal Control. Just want to give you a couple updates. This is like a 3-month report of the first 3 months for animal control. 2 weeks ago, we participated with badges and hoops with the Special Olympians playing law enforcement and fire. And then law enforcement played fire, and guess who won, David? Law enforcement. So just want to let that out there. Then we're going to have a booth, Dory just said, on Saturday for the wildfire preparedness. And then we're doing Touch a Truck on the 27th of this month. And then for our large livestock evacuation team, we are having rig inspections and new member orientation at the Jamestown shelter at 8 a.m. There's flyers at the back. And then I just did some stats for the first 3 months for animal control. We received 3,440 phone calls to our office, which ended up generating 1,219 calls for service in the field. We completed 350 reports, 16 DA complaints, and 24 citations. Resulted in 277 animals at the shelter. 239 of those were either adopted or transferred, and several of the rest of the numbers were either euthanized for space or staffing reasons. But out of the 29 left, 19 were actually contract euthanasias. So we have a very low euthanasia rate right now at the shelter. So that's a good thing. We also removed 6,100 pounds of deceased animal remains from county highways. And that's all I have. If you have any questions, thank you.
Thank you. Firefighters will do better next time. Good morning.
Good morning, Supervisors. Sean Hembry, your Water and Natural Resource Analyst. I wanted to give an update regarding the proposed natural asset company. Last fall, the U.S. Securities Exchange Commission proposed a controversial new class of publicly traded corporation called Natural Asset Companies, or NAC. The NACs would be traded on the New York Stock Exchange. The express purpose of the proposal was to promote investment in natural resources and their ecosystem services. It would have allowed land management authority over public lands to these NACs. However, there was very little clarity on how this new class of company would be held accountable, if at all. This proposal would have fundamentally altered the environmental review process, legislative authority, public agency oversight, and the public comment and review process. It would have put these in the hands of international corporate interests. This board, under the legislative platform, wrote a comment letter opposing that proposal. I am pleased to inform you that on January 17th, the SEC rescinded the proposal for the natural asset company classification. This is an example of local government making a meaningful contribution on a national scale. Squashing the NAC was a win for our community and natural settings across the country. Thank you for your part in making this happen. There are voluntary investment financing opportunities that hold promise to offset the cost of natural resource projects that would otherwise need to be funded at taxpayers' expense. We are investigating some of these. However, accountability and transparency in the process need to be maintained, and projects need to be applied with local knowledge, not in a top-down, one-size-fits-all approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other staff reports? Okay, seeing none, I'll close staff reports, and we'll move on to the consent calendar. Is there any board member looking to pull an item? Comments? Okay, you want to pull number? Do we read first or?
If anyone wants to pull an item for discussion, I won't read it, but if it's just for comments, I can read them all.
Okay, seeing none, if you could please go ahead and read the consent calendar.
Item number 1, approving the minutes of the March 19, 2024. March 26, 2024 meetings. Item number 2, finding that a summary of ordinance number 3454 was published on March 26, 2024 in the Union Democrat as required by law. Item number 3, approval of agreement amendment number 1 with Ionakis for additional scope of work related to the Yaney Building remodel project and the amount of $158,350. Item number 4, determining there is a need to continue the emergency actions ordered by the County Administrative Officer as a result of a series of storms from February 2023 through March 2023 pursuant to Public Contract Code 22050 and Tuolumne County Ordinance Code 3.22.060. 4/5 vote is required. Item number 5, determining there is a need to continue the emergency actions ordered by the County Administrative Officer as a result of a severe storm on or about March 1st, 2024, pursuant to Public Contract Code 22050 and Tuolumne County Ordinance Code 3.22.060. 4/5 vote required. Item number 6, accepting the certification of the results for the March 5, 2024 presidential primary election. Item number 6, approving an endorsement of California legislation AB 2257 through the Association of California Water Agencies Aqua-led Coalition.
Thank you. Any comments from the board? Supervisor Brandon, go ahead.
Great, thank you. I only had one comment, and joking, like item number 6 with the presidential election, but I wanted to thank everybody that just stepped up to run. It's hugely appreciated. Our community needs people that want to join in on this, whether you're working as staff, whether you're working on committees, commissions, you run for office, you get involved. It's the public sector. This is all our sphere. This is something we should all be engaged with. So the step up to run for office is challenging. It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of energy. For the candidates that won in the past primary election, I want to say congratulations. But for those that also ran and didn't, thank you for running anyways, because that's really important. And they stepped up to be able to serve, and hopefully they'll find other ways to be able to serve our community, so.
Thank you, and I concur entirely and appreciate you bringing that up. Is there any public comment on consent calendar items? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Look for a motion.
We'll move on. Staff recommendation to approve the consent calendar.
I'll second.
I'm sorry, was there a comment? Supervisor Kirk, I'm sorry, I didn't see you.
It's fine. Yeah, I did have a comment on number 3, but.
Okay, please, go ahead.
Well, I know we're rushed for time and we've got a bunch of kids in the room, so I'll leave it at that. I work with staff on number 3. A little frustrated over the expenses, but I'm aware, and so I will leave it at that. I don't need to make any further comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And sorry for not catching you there. Yeah. Okay, so I think we had a motion by Supervisor Brandon, and I didn't hear if there was this.
Do we need to pull item 3 to do a separate vote? Okay.
I second, Chair.
Okay, so motion by Supervisor Brandon, second by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay, carries 5-0. Okay, so clerk, if you could please read item number 8 under proclamations. I'm sorry. Oh, originally I was going to do it. Yeah, we'll do that first. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna switch up here a little bit, folks. Sorry. We're gonna take our 9:30 a.m. appointment first before going into the other items. So if you could please read the 9:30 a.m. Thank you.
9:30 a.m. Item 1, consideration of adopting Resolution 18-24, proclaiming April 2024 as Child Abuse Prevention Awareness Month.
Good morning.
Good morning. Chair Goldenberg, members of the board, members of our community. I'm Annie Hockett here today on behalf of the Tuolumne Resiliency Coalition, asking that your board proclaim April as Child Abuse Prevention Awareness Month in Tuolumne County. The goal in seeking such a proclamation is multi-purpose. It raises awareness on the importance of child safety and well-being. It can help educate the general public on the far-reaching effects of child maltreatment. It highlights the importance of providing at-risk families with the supports they need to be well. And it gives us an opportunity to reflect on what can be done as a community to reduce the occurrence of child abuse and neglect in Tuolumne County. We know the effects of abuse are profound and can take many forms: physical, emotional, and sexual abuse, chronic neglect, exposure to domestic violence, substance abuse, and/or mental illness in one's family can all leave deep and lasting scars on the most vulnerable members of our community. The repercussions of these early adverse childhood experiences extend far beyond childhood, affecting every aspect of a person's life: their physical and mental health, their relationships, and their ability to positively contribute to the community around them. We also know that these exposures to trauma can create a vicious cycle that perpetuates through multiple generations. According to the latest national data, an estimated 1,990 children died from abuse and neglect in the United States in federal fiscal year 2022. This is a 9.3% increase in comparison to the prior year's data. Locally, 51 children were removed from unsafe situations and placed in alternative settings to ensure their safety. Child abuse certainly can feel like an overwhelming issue to those of us on the front lines working with at-risk children and families. But I assure you, Tuolumne County has some of the most passionate and dedicated professionals and community partners working to combat the harmful impacts of abuse and neglect. Their mission is to help families grow and change. We are diligently working to lessen the number of ACEs the children in our community experience. This in turn will reduce the many social, economic, and health problems associated with early trauma. Despite the powerful grip maltreatment can have on individual children and families and our larger community, ask any frontline worker engaged in prevention and treatment activities, and you will see, hear, and feel a resounding sense of hope. Hope because we have the power to make a difference and change children's trajectories from pain and suffering to that of healing. Hope because prevention is possible. Preventing child abuse is not solely the responsibility of social workers, healthcare professionals, clinicians, educators, law enforcement. It is a duty that falls upon each and every one of us. Whether you're a parent, a neighbor, a friend, a bystander, you all have a role to play. And it can be simple as lending an ear to a child that seems withdrawn, reporting suspicions of abuse to authorities, or volunteering your time and resources to organizations dedicated to preventing abuse in our community. This year, the theme is doing things differently, moving from challenge to change. Your local Child Abuse Prevention Council continues to focus on cross-system efforts to increase community awareness, invest in local intervention programs, and provide professional development opportunities for our community members. We also continue to work with our community stakeholders to implement and refine a county-wide comprehensive prevention plan. This plan provides a roadmap based on local data of how to better identify factors that contribute to the risk of abuse, target those critical populations with evidence-based interventions based on risk levels. These efforts of the Tuolumne Resiliency Coalition and all that are involved in that truly align with that theme of doing things different. There are several events happening this month in honor of this month to kind of really increase that public awareness and celebrate those that are really making this work their life's mission. This Friday, April 5th, is Wear Blue Day. People are encouraged to wear their favorite shade of blue and show their commitment to preventing child abuse. If you're active on social media, we encourage you to like the TRC Facebook page and share your photos on that site. You can also plant a pinwheel or a garden of pinwheels for the community. Some of you may have seen a beautiful display out in Courtyard Park this morning. The pinwheel has become a national symbol of child abuse prevention since 2008. It's a symbol of joy, playfulness, and wonder, and serves as a physical reminder of the type of childhood we want for our young people. It embodies the crucial connection between a happy childhood and a hopeful future. So there will be other displays throughout the community, and I have a couple of special helpers that we're going to come up and maybe pass out a couple pinwheels to the board if that's okay. Okay, where are my special helpers? Come on up. Look at this skill.
Yeah, wow. Oh, get all the extras. Thank you so much. Oh, that's good.
Thank you so much, my special helpers. There's also additional pinwheels in the back of the room if anybody in the audience would like one. I also have a couple of pinwheel pens that I'll have back there. Additionally, you can nominate for someone for TRC's third annual Children's of Champion Award. Recipients of this award are those who have made a substantial contribution to local child abuse prevention efforts over the past year. More information on that can be found on, again, TRC's Facebook page. Lastly, on April 25th, TRC will be joining forces with the Tuolumne County District Attorney Victim Witness Team to host the annual Roundtable Luncheon. This luncheon combines child abuse prevention awareness with Victims' Rights Week and honors both community members serving a multitude of vulnerable populations along with victims of crime in our community. There additionally will be a community training following the luncheon that will focus on mandated reporter training and provide a review of that comprehensive prevention plan that I mentioned. Information on the luncheon has been circulating, but there's also flyers in the back if anybody's interested in learning more. In conclusion, I'll leave you with this. All children deserve to grow up in safe, supportive environments, and we are one team when it comes to this mission. Preventing child abuse is not just a duty, but a fundamental aspect of building a stronger society. Every step we take to prevent or to protect a child not only heals individual wounds, but also fortifies the very fabric of our community. Let us all pledge to be vigilant, compassionate, kind, proactive, while ensuring a future where every child can thrive. And with that, I would respectfully ask this board to proclaim April 2024 as Child Abuse Prevention Awareness Month in Tuolumne County and adopt the resolution you have before you.
Thank you. Supervisor Kirk, with your passion for children's issues, I wonder if you could read this resolution.
I'm sorry, if I could, what the resolution?
Read the
Read it?
resolution.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to pull up the agenda. Is the resolution in front of me the same as the one on?
No, thank you. There has been a updated resolution and board memo that all of you should have. There's additional copies in the back. Very minor changes, essentially really calling more attention to ACEs, which this board, I think, is familiar with, and I think Supervisor Kirk is going to bring it home.
Sure, no. Oh, I don't know how to bring it home. I got to read it. I don't know if I'm a good reader, but the kids are going to probably think I'm a better reader than that guy. Okay, so yeah, thank you for adding. When I was reading this, I emailed Annie or the team the other day. I'm like, this is all about ACEs, so thank you for including, specifically calling them out, because when you look at ACEs, we always think of physical abuse, verbal abuse, those sexual abuse, those are obvious, but when you look at the whereas, I'm just going to go over the whereases real quick. Adverse childhood experiences encompasses various forms of trauma, including physical abuse, sexual abuse, verbal abuse, physical neglect, but then here are these ones out. Emotional neglect, mental illness, substance addiction, which we're having a problem with here in Tuolumne County, imprisonment, witnessing abuse, and then this one for me affected my life growing up, losing a parent to a separation, divorce, or death, and is the reason for the most severe health and social problems in our nation. Our children are the most valuable resource and will shape the future of Tuolumne County. And when raised in supportive, stable, and nurturing environments, are more likely to lead healthy, successful lives and become nurturing parents. And a child abuse can have long-term psychological, emotional, and physical effects that have lasting consequences for victims of abuse, and protective factors are conditions that reduce or eliminate risk and promote the social, emotional, and well-being of our children. And whereas effective child abuse prevention activities succeed because of the collaborative partnerships between community organizations and innovative work being done. And we acknowledge that we must work together as a community to increase awareness about child abuse and contribute to promote the social and emotional well-being of children and families in a safe, stable, and nurturing environment. And prevention remains the best defense for our children and families, because all children deserve great childhoods, and preventing child abuse is everyone's responsibility. Now, therefore, be it resolved that in Tuolumne County, the Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim April 24th as a National Child Abuse Prevention Month, and urges all citizens to join in and recognize this month, dedicating ourselves to the task of improving the quality of life for all children. So I wasn't expecting to read that, but thank you. A few weeks ago, I said something at another conversation, which I won't bring up today because we have children in the room, but you kids out in the room, you are our future. Don't be bullied. Be aware of your surroundings. How do I say this? And parents, let's do a good job. For me, marriage is not easy. And I love my wife, but when I think about ACEs and I think about the commitment I made to her when we got married, there's a lot more at stake than just our marriage. It's our children and our children's children and their cycles, that if we can figure out how to work it out and stay together, kids got a much better chance. And if that does happen, because my parents are divorced, you can still love on them, you can still protect them, and you can still raise them upright. So thank you for bringing this to our board, to our attention. Those are my comments. Thank you for letting me read it, but I'll give it away to the rest of my staff, or to the rest of the board members.
Before I look to the public, are there any questions from board members? Okay. I'd like to ask for any public comment on this, please. Okay, I'm not seeing anybody stand up. Okay, back to the board for additional comments. Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. And I couldn't say it better than I think what he had written in the resolution for this. I was a kid that got picked on a lot, and it's just important to know that by trying to take care of yourself as a kid and recognize that, you're helping others too, and then you can also be a champion for other people that are feeling that. And to be able to be a part of this and celebrate it with your really awesome art, Jamestown was clearly the best, but the other two areas also did some pretty good art. I just want to say it's really cool that you're being a part of it too, but it doesn't stop with just the poster contest. It's if you're out there, meeting your kids, hanging out, and you see those kinds of signs, you know, a lot of times people just need a friend to talk to that can help them through this stuff. And if we can do that, we raise happier adults, and that makes for a much nicer community. So anyway, thank you for participating in it. Thank you for bringing this to us.
Supervisor Haff.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to say a brief couple of statements. First of all, children are our community treasure. You know, they're our national treasure, but here locally, they're our promise for tomorrow. And as a former social worker, I wanted to remind everybody here, because I found it astounding, people didn't know this. If you have a suspicion, a small little niggling something about a child being abused, whether it's emotionally, sexually, physically, any shape or form, you don't have to have proof, just a suspicion. And I find it remarkable that a lot of people still don't know this. And you can report as an anonymous reporter. You can be a neighbor. You don't have to be a teacher or a clergy person. You can be just regular Joe Schmo. But if you notice something, please say something. A lot of times, parents, if it's small enough, parents can be educated to the point where they don't have to go into the system, and neither do their kids. But not reporting it, you know what you get. More of the same, whatever that was. So I just implore you to pay attention and be good stewards of our children. Thank you.
Supervisor Campbell.
And I completely concur with the comments of my colleagues. Although I will say that the Tuolumne Youth Center artwork is pretty good too. I'll just say briefly that this is a very important issue, and I'm so glad that we're highlighting it. I remember when I first became a father, being overcome with love for my child who was just born, and this profound sense of responsibility to care for and nurture my daughter. And which it wouldn't surprise you, but what did surprise me was that not only did I feel this profound sense that I need to care for and protect my child, I also all of a sudden realized I'm responsible for everyone's child. Every father, every mother, we're all responsible for caring for everyone's child, and we all take on that responsibility, not just for our own children, but to observe and protect and care for other people's children too. And I like to think that, when my children are out in our community, and if I'm not there to protect them, that they're being watched over by our community members as well and protected. So, and I think that's why this is a special place. And I think highlighting that this issue still does exist, I think is important, because I'm old enough to remember a time when this wasn't talked about and it was taboo and it was kind of swept under the rug, and people knew that things happened to children and it wasn't talked about. So the fact that we're talking about it, that we're taking on that responsibility for not just our own family, but everybody's family, I think is a really important thing to take time to address. So thank you.
And I too agree with all the comments, especially don't ignore, don't look away. If you see something, do something, report it. It's very important. And in one of the whereases, it points to we must work together as a community to have an effect here and to make things better. I'm hearing some numbers that are disturbing, just hearing those numbers. And so we must do better. So with that, I'll look for a motion.
I'll move that we, the Board of Supervisors, proclaim April 2024 as Child Abuse Prevention Awareness Month by adopting the resolution.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Haff, second by Supervisor Brandon. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you to all my special helpers again.
Yeah.
Good job.
Okay, so move to number 8. Huh? Yeah. Okay, so clerk, if you could please read our 9:30 a.m. 2.
9:30 a.m., number 2, presentation of the 2024 Child Abuse Prevention Poster and Poetry Contest winners in recognition of Child Abuse Prevention Month.
Here we go. This is the moment, huh?
This is the moment. All righty. Well, good morning. My name is Josh Martin, and I am a recreation supervisor for the Tuolumne County Recreation Department. I'd like to first start things off by thanking Chair Goldenberg and the entirety of the board for having us here today to recognize and celebrate some of our young artists and poets. This year marks our 34th annual Poster and Poetry Contest. This event is one that our department and our youth centers look forward to every year. We are always so amazed by the talent of the youth that participate in this contest. We offer this contest to all 3 of our youth centers located in Jamestown, Groveland, and Tuolumne, but we recognize a lot of students don't often visit, so we reach out to all of our county schools to make sure the word gets out so they can participate. Through this contest, we aim to bring attention to the prevention efforts within Tuolumne County, but also to give the young students and adults we service a voice, one that won't go unheard. We do this in hopes to open discussions in regard to some very difficult topics they themselves or a friend or family member may be going through or experiencing, to let them know they aren't alone, that what they are experiencing or witnessing is not okay, and that there are resources available to them within our county. Resources that are there to ensure they don't have to go through any of this alone. At this time, I would like to give a big and special thanks to the Tuolumne Resiliency Coalition, or TRC, for partnering with us yet again and providing the cash prizes our artists will receive today. Our first place winners will receive a $50 cash prize. Second place will receive a $30 cash prize. And third place will receive a $20 cash prize. I also would like to thank our judges who had the difficult task of ranking all the amazing work you see on the wall to my left. These are the top 3 entries from each age group at each youth center. We have a 1st through 3rd grade division, a 4th through 6th grade division, and a 7th through 8th grade division who all submit poster entries. We also have a high school division for grades 9 through 12 who all submit poems. These are not our only submissions, as we had well over 50 entries this year. It is so great to see so many kids participate, all of which did an amazing job. So again, a big thanks to our judges. This year's theme was "A Happy Childhood Lasts a Lifetime." You might notice this theme is a little different from the one Annie spoke to, and that's because when dealing with art, sometimes the theme needs to be a little bit more attainable for our kids. At this time, I would like to introduce our youth center staff. These amazing women are on the front lines with our youth on a day-to-day basis, providing programs, mentoring, and giving the kids a safe and fun environment where they can come and just be a kid. I can't thank this staff enough for all they do and for how invested they are in the youth of our county. Today present, we have our Jamestown coordinator, Monica Hirschfeld, our Groveland coordinator, Donica Scholke, and our Tuolumne coordinator, Chelsea Lee, who just so happens to be present today on her first day on the job. What a way to start. We couldn't be more excited to have her as a part of our team. I also would like to thank our former Tuolumne coordinator, Cheryl Atwood, who was there with us at the start of this contest, but who has since relocated to Southern California. The work all these women do amazes me every day, and I am proud to be a part of such a hardworking and inspiring team. The work you are all doing does not go unnoticed, and what you all do is a big factor in helping these kids' childhoods last a lifetime. Thank you for all that you do. With that, I think the kids are ready to hear the results, so I will pass things off to our Jamestown coordinator, Monica, Chair Goldenberg, if you'd like to come down to help present the awards.
Good morning. All right, well, thank you guys for having us here today. I'm going to start with the Jamestown Awards for first through third. And for third place for first through third grade is Mia Devine. Second place, Elise Brown. And first place is Braden McDaniel. And for our fourth through sixth grade division, third place is Juliana Parker. She's here today. A few of our students couldn't make it. Second place is Noah Johnson.
Man, you got some supporters out there.
And first place is Kendra Clark. Okay. We'll move on to seventh and eighth grade. We have our third place winner, which is Mallory Hanson. And second place is Anna Rose Rice.
Congratulations.
And first place is Evelyn Rice.
Way to go.
Alrighty, I'm also going to be announcing for the Tuolumne Youth Center. We'll start again with the first through third. Sorry, it's a little unorganized this time. Okay, so third place for first through third is Jackson Burner. Oh, he's here. I think there's two. There we go. Second place is Lydia Jones. She's here today. I guess not. And first place is Quentin Gallagher. Alrighty, so for fourth through sixth grade, we have third place as Jed Bretzler. Second place as Lily Warrington. She's here. And first place is Lillian Jones. All right, and for seventh and eighth, we have our third place is Delilah Keurig. Second place, Ashlyn Corbell. And first place is Angelina Jade. All right, and then Groveland Coordinator Donica Schulke will come up to announce the Groveland participants. Thanks.
Hey guys. I'm gonna drop this. All right, so for the first through third grade category, we have Liam Robertson in third place. Second place is Charlie Schulke. First place is Lila Anderson. For our fourth through sixth grade division, we have Knight Farmer in third place. Second place is Stella Pernay.
Maybe that's your hustling.
She got dressed for you this morning too. And first place we have Jackson Powers. Our 7th through 8th grade division in third place is Kenyon Clark. Second place, Abel Lopez. My kids don't leave the hill. And in first place, we have Genesis Farmer. And I'm gonna call Josh Martin back up here for you. Thank you.
What's that?
We'll do the high school.
Okay, you'll take care of it.
If you want to be up here.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna present our poetry contest winners. So these are all high school students. I pulled their poems off the wall. When you come up here, if you wouldn't mind reading your poem, that would be wonderful. If you don't want to, I will read it for you. So in third place, we've got Lena Crocker. Do you mind if I read it?
Thank you.
This poem is titled Last Forever. In fields of laughter, memories bloom, where time stands still in my childhood room. With friends and dreams, the day unfurl, a happy childhood lasts forever in this world. Through games we played, beneath the sun, in innocence our joys were spun. Each moment cherished, each bond was severe, for a happy childhood lasts forever. In second place, we have Damian Ramsey.
All right.
But wait, which way do I face? This way? Okay. All right, my poem's called Memories of a Lifetime. In a world of laughter and play, where dreams and innocence hold sway, a happy childhood, pure and bright, fills our hearts with love and light. With friends by our side, we explore and play, creating memories that never fade away. As we get older, the years may pass, but the magic of childhood will always last. In our hearts, the joy will forever reside, a happy childhood, a treasure to guide.
And in first place, we've got Raquel Bolin.
Define happy childhood. Does it truly exist? There were some good, there were some bad, but kids tend to hold on to the bad, forget the good. Why? Why want to remember? Remember the ambulance rides, the pain, the nightmares, the surgery, and the injuries. Endless yelling caused by the passing of a loved one. Not able to comprehend. I will never see them again. Only to grow up and feel the pain all over again, but this time I know they are dead. Or is it just me? Are the happy memories not there? Or do I look back and the sirens blind my view? I cannot see the people who love me standing over me. I cannot feel my mother's arms around me. When the bad dreams get the best of me, do I not appreciate that doctor who saved me? Or is it the pain that still stings? When I see a picture of the one I lost, a happy childhood, not what you think. There was some bad, but there will always be good. So hold on to that, let go of the bad, because the good is what makes a happy childhood last. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so again, I would like to thank the board, TRC, and all of our community partners, as well as all of the very talented artists and poets we have, for not only making this contest so amazing, but for all the work they put in every day to better the youth of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. So bringing back to the board, any comments further? No? We're good. This was presentation. Congratulations, everyone, and thanks for participating. Bunch of great posters on our wall here. Take a short break. Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 10:32. Okay, moving along on the agenda, I'd like if the clerk could please read item number 8.
Item number 8, consideration of adopting resolution 15-24, proclaiming April 1st through 7th, 2024 as Public Health Week in Tuolumne County.
There we go. I'm Michelle Jaquetta, your Public Health Director. Since 1995, each year, the first week of April is recognized as National Public Health Week. The goal of this annual celebration is to recognize the important role of public health in building and maintaining healthy and safe communities throughout our nation. This year's theme for the event is protecting, connecting, and thriving. We are all public health. A focus on not just the ways public health serves our communities, but the ways our communities work together and flourish when everyone has the opportunity to achieve good health. At the local level, Tuolumne County Public Health works to offer residents an array of programs and services in alignment with its mission to promote and protect health and well-being in Tuolumne County. Our staff provide education and services on nutrition, child safety, physical activity, prevention of sexually transmitted infections, and substance abuse reduction, particularly tobacco and opioids. The department is also concerned with improving maternal, infant, child health outcomes, preparing for and responding to medical and health emergencies, collecting health data, prevention and response efforts related to communicable diseases, engaging in strategic planning, fostering community partnerships, and overseeing other community health improvement efforts. I just want to add to after this morning's session that how meaningful it is to me that we were able to bring this to you today during the same as the child abuse prevention resolution. Healthy beginnings are so important. They start with healthy moms, healthy families, and healthy childhoods. Public Health Week provides a platform for local health departments to highlight what they do and engage their communities in activities that celebrate the many ways we can work together for a safe and healthy community for everyone. Tuolumne County Public Health will promote healthful activities for the community as well as its employees throughout Public Health Week. The attached resolution before you recognizes National Public Health Week in Tuolumne County and the accomplishments and ongoing efforts of the dedicated staff at Public Health. For more information about public health and its daily themes throughout the week, you can visit nphw.org and follow us on social media, Facebook and Instagram. So with that, it is respectfully recommended that the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors approve the attached resolution proclaiming April 1st through the 7th, 2024 as Public Health Week in Tuolumne County.
Okay, thank you. So look to the board here. This is obviously a presentation looking at the resolution, but do we have comments we'd like to make at this point? I don't know if we necessarily have questions. Well, I'll ask, is there any questions? Okay. So looking out to our audience, is there any public comment on this item number 8, concerning the Public Health Week? Okay, not seeing any, so I'll bring it back to the board. Any comments here from board members?
Yeah, I'll just start if you want.
Supervisor Campbell, please.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and I remember that public health was kind of an afterthought prior to COVID-19. There wasn't a lot of energy and public focus on it. And then, of course, after COVID, there's a huge amount of public interest. And just because there wasn't a wide public understanding of public health prior to that doesn't mean that important work wasn't going on and that there isn't other work going on in public health that's not related to that, and it continues to this day. And so we just think about tremendous successes that public health has seen in terms of reducing STIs, reducing youth smoking programs, all of these areas where someone needs to be the guiding force behind public safety and to make sure that our community is healthy and able to thrive. And so public health does all these things that beyond what became notable during COVID-19. And just to see that continues on, I think is extremely important. And we have a very dedicated team within Tuolumne County for public health. And I'm very happy to salute them.
Thank you. Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. I echo those comments completely. I think post-COVID, it's in an entirely new era for public health, but there's a renewed attention onto it. So thank you for what's been several difficult years, and I think difficult in figuring out how we kind of move forward after that. And with the increased attention, hopefully more people are also seeing the programming and all of the positive interventions done by public health. So thank you for your work.
Thank you. Supervisor Hack, do you have any comments?
I just want to thank Michelle and her team for all the dedication and all the work that you put in and provide towards public health for our community.
Supervisor Kirk.
Yeah, I was just reading the resolution on one of the whereases. It talks about chronic conditions, which are among the most common, costly, and preventable of all health challenges. And like she said, it's timely with the kids and with ACEs. If you can support the family and the children at a young age, if you look at ACEs, how many chronic conditions result as a result of those traumas later in life, it's a big deal. So for me, the more attention we can put on those first 5 years in the family and supporting that, does a lot of good for our community into the future. So thank you for putting that in there.
Very good, and I appreciate those comments, Supervisor Kirk. That's right on. So it's public health is critically important, for our community, offering a wide array of different programs and services. I've taken advantage of some of them over the years, and it's pretty simple to go in and out and get stuff done like immunizations and other items. I will read the resolution. Okay. Resolution of the Board of Supervisors, Public Health. Whereas the mission of the Tuolumne County Public Health Department is to promote and protect health and well-being in Tuolumne County, and whereas the week of April 1st, 2024 is National Public Health Week, and the theme is protecting, connecting, and thriving. We're all public health. And whereas since 1995, the American Public Health Association, through its sponsorship of National Public Health Week, has educated the public, policymakers, and public health professionals about issues important to improving the public's health. And whereas the goal of National Public Health Week in 2024 is to recognize the contributions of public health in improving the health of the people of Tuolumne County and addressing social and other determinants of health and eliminating health disparities. And whereas efforts to adequately support public health can continue to transform a health system focused on treating illness into a health system focused on preventing disease and injury and promoting wellness. And whereas many of the leading causes of death for individuals in the U.S. result from chronic conditions, which are the most common, costly, and preventable of all health challenges. Whereas public health professionals collaborate with diverse and important partners within and outside of the health sector, recognizing that other sectors can influence health outcomes. And whereas public health professionals help communities prevent, prepare for, withstand, and recover from the impact of a full range of health threats, including disease outbreaks, natural disasters, disasters caused by human activity, and public health emergencies. And whereas the Health Department provides safety net services in the areas of supplemental nutrition assistance, women's health services, immunizations, case management, maternal child adolescent health, child health and disability services, California Children's Services, tobacco education, car seat classes, and oral health education to Tuolumne County residents. It's a lot of different things that are going on there. Now therefore resolved that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Tuolumne does hereby proclaim April 1st, 2024 through April 7th, 2024 as Public Health Week in Tuolumne County to honor the Public Health Department, the dedicated public health professionals of Tuolumne County, and to encourage all citizens to better understand the importance of a public health system. You guys do just fantastic work, and a lot of times the public doesn't see a lot of what's going on, but this highlights and points out many, many things. So with that, is there any public comment on this item on the agenda? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for further comment, and if none, I'll look for a motion.
Chair, I'll move we approve the resolution.
I'll second that.
Okay, so I have Supervisor Campbell, seconded by Supervisor Happ. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
So if the clerk could read item number 9.
Consideration of adopting Resolution 16-24, proclaiming April 7 through 13 as National Library Week, April 8 as Right to Read Day, April 9 as National Library Workers Day in Tuolumne County, April 10 as National Library Outreach Day, April 11 as Take Action for Libraries Day, and encourage all county residents to visit the library this week to take advantage of the wonderful resources they provide to help build a strong community.
Thank you. And welcome. So we have a presentation here.
Thank you,
Yes.
Chairman Goldenberg, members of the board, Eric Aiken, Library and Recreation Manager. And with me today is our young adult and adult librarian, Karen Orr-Fritz. And we're here to talk to you about National Library Week. And so every week in April, or 1 week in April across the country, communities are celebrating libraries for the essential services that they provide to their community. And National Library Week this year is April 7th through the 13th, with April 8th being Right to Read Day, April 9th, National Library Workers Day, April 10th as National Library Outreach Day, and April 11th is Take Action for Libraries Day. The theme this year is Ready, Set, Library. And we are here to recognize just some of the wonderful things that libraries do for Tuolumne County and the residents that rely on the essential services that we provide. Libraries have become a place much more than just books. We have really become a community hub, a place where people come to socialize, to gather with friends. We operate as a warming and cooling shelter during times of need. It's a place for people to come to learn and be inspired, to read, to be educated, to do research, to apply for jobs. And we have 5 branches in Tuolumne County that we operate. We've got one in Tuolumne, one in Twainhart, one in Groveland. We have our bookmobile service as well as the Sonora Library main branch. And through those branches, we offer a multitude of programs to the constituents of Tuolumne County. Again, we offer literature and a place to come and read. We have staff there to help people with research projects, papers, genealogy. We have ebooks, audiobooks, CDs, DVDs. Thanks to a generous contribution by our Tuolumne County friends, we are now, once a month, we are showing movies at the library free of charge. So it's a new program that we just started. We had our first one this last Saturday, and the next one will be coming up on April 27th. We offer music. Another big thing that the libraries do is we provide free Wi-Fi and internet and computer workstations for those families that don't have those services at home. They can come to the library and access internet and computers, whether it's to fill out a job application. Staff assists a lot of our residents in filing taxes, applying for jobs. The library is also a huge public meeting space, not just the socialization aspect within the library, but through the meeting room at the library. Countless nonprofit and public agencies use that meeting space to meet and have their meetings and their gatherings and public forums. One other thing that we also do through the libraries in partnership with state parks is we have the state park pass. And so you can check out a park pass just like you would a book. And not every state park, but most of the state parks in California, you can take that park pass and go, and it'll get you free admission to that park. And so if you're going on vacation and you're going down south somewhere and plan on attending a state beach or a state park, you can come to the library and check out a free park pass and have free access to those public recreation facilities. Some of the programs that we offer, and again, this isn't like a complete list, but some of the important ones that we do at the library. We do have our summer reading program, which will be starting up here shortly in June. It's a program to keep kids reading, to prevent that summer slide, to have kids continue on that reading journey that they've started at school. We have children's story times at all of our branches, which usually include a story as well as a craft and some sort of activity for the kids to come in and participate with mom and dad or grandma and grandpa or kind of the family coming in and participating in these programs together. We have a literacy program that we offer through the library to help those in need of, whether it's attaining a high school GED or they just need some assistance and work on reading or writing. We provide those services through the library. Again, I mentioned we do tax assistance. We have anime clubs for the teens. We have a teen advisory committee. We partner with Meals on Wheels, and we do a Books on Wheels to get library materials to those people in our community that are homebound that can't get out and can't get to the library. We provide those services in partnership with Meals on Wheels. We have book clubs that bring many people from around the county together to discuss a book or a topic and have discussions. Art displays is another huge thing that the libraries do. Currently, right now at the Sonora main branch, the local high school art display is on display. And so I recommend everybody come by and check that out. There's some amazing pieces of art there. But beyond that, we display local artists throughout the year, throughout the library. Another big thing, like I mentioned before, my staff does an amazing job in helping a lot of our residents apply for jobs. People come in either not really sure how to use the technology or struggling with the application, and our staff will sit down and kind of walk them through that process and help them apply for a job, whether it be locally or not. We also have started some local author series. We've had a couple authors come in and speak. The first one was an amazing turnout. Karen will be talking about in a minute, but we have some open poetry, open mic nights. And so we're doing a lot of things that our community is really taking advantage of. And so next week during National Library Week, we are also going to institute once again our amnesty program. And that if you have a library book that's been sitting in your car that you've been too embarrassed to return because it's been way, way overdue, next week all fines will be waived. This is not for lost books. This is just for books that you kind of forgot that it was sitting in the back seat of your car. You can drop any of those materials by, and again, no fines will be assessed. The whole point of that is we just would like to have those materials back so that others can enjoy those as well. And then we have a bunch of amazing activities and events planned for next week, and I will turn to Karen to kind of go through some of what those look like.
Hello. On Monday, April 8th, it's Banned Books Awareness Day. That's the day your right to read is going against the challenged books that they have. This year, we're doing a trading cohort. We're inviting students young and old, adults, whoever, to come in and pick your favorite challenge book and do your own original artwork, just selecting that book title. And then we're going to make them into little trading cards for everybody. So that's the first time we're doing this, so it sounds kind of fun. Tuesday, on Roqua's Day, we are going to have a scavenger hunt. So if you come in, we will give you a clue, and you have to literally run around the library finding all your clues. Wednesday is the outreach day, so if you come in, you might get some popcorn for popping into the library. We've also started a craft court, so that day we will be doing making flowers out of old books that's been ruined for some odd reason, like the dog ate the book. So we will be using those pages to make flowers. So that's from 1 to 5. Thursday, April 11th is our open mic poetry night. So all those poets who left need to come back on Thursday so we can get their poems. The local poet Ariana Ross is going to MC it for us. So I encourage everybody to come in, and you can bring your own poem or you can bring your favorite. We're really not picky. So that's at the main library at 6 o'clock. On Friday, we're going to do a family game night. So everybody can come in, and we're going to have board games, card games, all sorts of fun activities for the families. And there was no age limit to that. And on Saturday, we are doing the ever popular Lego building day again. So on Saturday, drop by the main library and play with our Legos.
And so those are just some of the events that we have going on next week. One program I did forget to mention is our STEM program. This program has grown by leaps and bounds since we started that. I don't know if it was the last one or the time before, we had over 70 people show up for the STEM program at the Sonora branch. And so we're really excited that that program is growing and offering those opportunities for the kids in our community. And so one thing we wanted to do before we concluded here was we wanted to show a quick video. This is something that we've been working with Access Tuolumne, and just kind of showing what libraries is. It's something that will go out on our social media. It'll be on our webpage and things like that. So just want to show that real quick.
So while they're working on this, I've asked Supervisor Campbell to go ahead and read the resolution. If we could do that now, please.
I'd love to, Chair. So I'll go ahead and read the resolution for celebrating National Library Week. Clear my throat. In celebration of National Library Week, April 7th through the 13th, with the theme Ready, Set, Library, Right to Read Day, Monday, April 8th, National Library Workers Day, Tuesday, April 9th, National Library Outreach Day, Wednesday, April 11th, and Take Action for Libraries Day, Thursday, April 11th. Whereas libraries offer the opportunity for everyone to connect with others, learn new skills, and pursue their passions no matter where they are on life's journey. And libraries have long served as trusted institutions striving to ensure equitable access to information and services for all members of the community, regardless of race, ethnicity, creed, ability, sexual orientation, gender identity, or socioeconomic status. Libraries adapt to ever-changing needs of their community, developing and expanding collections, programs, and services that are as diverse as the populations that they serve. And whereas libraries are accessible and inclusive places that promote a sense of local connection, advancing understanding, civic engagement, and shared community goals, libraries play a pivotal role in economic development by providing resources and support for job seekers, entrepreneurs, and small businesses, thus contributing to local prosperity and growth. And whereas libraries make choices that are good for the environment and make sense economically, creating thriving communities for a better tomorrow. Whereas libraries are treasured institutions that preserve our collective heritage and knowledge, safeguarding both physical and digital resources for present and future generations. Whereas libraries are essential for public good and fundamental institutions in democratic societies, working to improve society, protect the right to education and literacy, and promote the free exchange of information and ideas for all. And finally, whereas libraries librarians and library workers are joining library supporters and advocates across the nation to celebrate National Library Week. Now therefore be it resolved that this Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim April 7th through the 13th, 2024 as National Library Week, April 8th as Right to Read Day, April 9th as National Library Workers Day, April 10th as National Library Outreach Day, April 11th as Take Action for Libraries Day, and encourages all residents to visit the Tuolumne County Library to explore the wealth of resources available.
Thank you. How are we doing over there? It's not cutting it.
Do we need another laptop?
All right, well, unfortunately, we're not able to see the video, so we're gonna.
We'll come back at another time and show it.
Yeah, and in the meanwhile, once you do get it, let's get it posted appropriate and, get the word out so people can see it. Okay, so back to the board here are there any questions regarding the library week? Okay, then I'll look to the public for any public comment on this item. Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for comments. Does anybody have any here? Supervisor Kirk, do you have a couple of words for us?
I was just gonna say, I didn't realize how much stuff you guys do there. So when I hear about budget discussions and things get tight, I can understand the panic from some of the folks in the community. There's a lot that goes on there. So thank you for reminding me. It's good to know you guys are heavily engaged.
Supervisor Huff, or?
I'm ready to move
Okay,
if we're
all right.
on this.
I've got Supervisor Brandon. Go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. I just going to say thank you for the presentation. I know so much more happens there than just, I think just having books on kind of shelves. I know I had this experience at UC Merced that modern libraries aren't like maybe what it was 30, 40 years ago. A lot of people have that impression still. It's a space where classes are being taught, where people are able to go meet, where there's often digital access, other programming for all different ages. So I really appreciate that. And it's been a privilege, at least on this board, that from some of the past cuts that were made into the library and recreation system, we were able to at least restore a lot of those that were done and be able to reinvest in those programs. And it's really important because I think some of these are the really smart investments I talk about. It's kind of the things we are constitutionally mandated to do versus the things that are probably the best use of dollars. This is the stuff that to me is the best use of dollars. If we're talking about supporting our kids, we're talking about trying to address ACEs and trauma. We can't be cutting libraries. And those two can't be simultaneous. So I appreciate you bringing this as always, any opportunity to learn more about library programming and staff, and thank you.
So I have same thing with the other board members and the last comments coming from Supervisor Brandon. I'm very pleased, that our board has been able to get library funding on a more even keel. Our intention is to keep it that way. It's not always easy, but we've made a commitment thus far and will continue, doing so. And I'm just very proud of the library staff for all that they've accomplished and do. So thank you very much. And with that, I'll look for a motion.
Chair, I'd like to move that we approve this resolution.
Okay, so I have a motion by Supervisor Campbell,
I'll second that.
second by Supervisor Half. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay, passes. Thank you very much. Okay, I know we've got people that are starting to arrive, for our 11 a.m. appointment. I have one other item on the agenda that we're going to take prior to that, which is item number 10. So if the clerk could please read that. There's people that have been waiting for this item.
Item number 10, consideration of adopting resolution 17-24 proclaiming April 2024 as Autism Acceptance Month in Tuolumne County.
Good morning, Board. Mark Fisher, County Administrator's Office. Autism Awareness Month was founded in April of 1970 by Dr. Bernard Rimland, a psychologist and autism researcher. The campaign seeks to raise awareness about the inclusion of people with autism in all areas of community life, as well as awareness of the barriers that people with autism still face in connecting with the communities in which they live. Through acceptance and awareness, there is hope to empower parents and caregivers to act early if there is concern about their child's development, lower the age of first evaluation by community providers in identifying and addressing barriers to evaluation and diagnosis, developing supports and services across the lifespan of individuals to better support the increasing number of children with autism spectrum disorder as they transition into adulthood and beyond. So admittedly, I am not an expert about this subject matter, but we have a number of people here who are much better equipped to speak to this than I am, and I'd like to welcome them up to speak with you, starting with Dina Hilmanowski, a board-certified behavioral analyst with the Tuolumne County Superintendent of Schools.
Hello, good morning. So as he said, I'm a board-certified behavior analyst, and I work for Tuolumne County Superintendent of Schools. I have about 10 years of experience working with people with autism and their families. I've worked with people from toddlers up through adulthood, and I'd like to share some more information with you and expand on what he said. April's a time to come together to support individuals with autism and their families. It's a time to celebrate the unique gifts people with autism bring to our community and recognize how far we have yet to go in providing adequate resources for them. Some background beyond, as he said, Dr. Rimlin, a psychologist and autism researcher, founded Autism Awareness Month in April of 1970. He chose April to coincide with his own son's birthday, and also as the start of spring, which is a time for new beginnings. National Autism Awareness Month began in 1972 as the National Autistic Children's Week. The Autism Society founded the event to increase awareness, advocate awareness, and spark changes in schools, medical facilities, and businesses. In April of 1988, President Ronald Reagan issued the first presidential proclamation declaring April as National Autism Awareness Month. This was significant progress, and it began a new era of awareness, which opened opportunities for people with autism to live fuller and more productive lives. In recent years, Autism Awareness Month has become an international event. More countries are joining the cause to raise autism awareness and increase the acceptance of individuals with autism. This is a powerful step forward in creating a brighter future for people living with autism worldwide. It should be noted that this month-long observance takes place during World Autism Awareness Day, which is celebrated each year on April 2nd, today. And World Autism Awareness Day was adopted by the United Nations in 2007 to shine a bright light on autism as a global health crisis. World Autism Awareness Day activities increase world knowledge of autism and impart information about the importance not only of early diagnosis, but also of early interventions. Additionally, World Autism Awareness Day celebrates the unique talents and skills of persons with autism around the world. In 2021, the designation of Autism Awareness Month changed to be Autism Acceptance Month. It's a simple but important revision. The Autism Society of America announced the suggested shift in terminology in order to ignite change in the lives of those with autism and their families. This was said by Christopher Banks, the president and CEO of the Autism Society of America. He also stated that awareness is knowing that somebody has autism. Acceptance is when you include a person with autism in your activities, help them to develop in that community, and get a sense of connection with their people. According to the most recent reports from the CDC, 1 in 36 are identified to have autism. Autism is a group of neurodiversities that create challenges in many areas of one's life, including communication, how one responds to their surroundings, and the formation of relationships with others. Autism affects people of all racial, ethnic, and socioeconomic backgrounds. Autism Speaks, a globally recognized organization that is committed to giving a voice to the autism community, reminds us that misconceptions of autism and the frequency in which people are excluded continues to threaten access to vital information, resources, and support for people with autism and their families. Autism Speaks encourages everyone to pledge to join together to fearlessly stand for a world where people with autism are recognized and have the opportunities they deserve. This pledge includes the following acknowledgements. I will be a true friend and advocate for the full community of those with autism. I will respect and support those with autism and champion acceptance, not just awareness of differences. I will clarify misconceptions about autism and guide others to reputable resources to help them on their journey. I will challenge others to provide meaningful opportunities for individuals with autism and their families. I will celebrate all wins, big or small, of the autism community. I will act fearlessly and stand alongside the autism community in the pursuit of a better world for those with autism, a world where all people with autism can reach their full potential. Today, I've brought the ribbons that you guys had on your desks with the puzzle piece image on them to share with you, and please take one. There's some on the back counter as well. The puzzle piece has become an internationally recognized symbol of power, strength, hope, and unity for those affected by autism. The puzzle piece was first introduced in 1963 by the National Autistic Society as their logo. The puzzle piece symbolizes the complexity of autism and reminds us all that we are interconnected. Finally, in my work, I see the everyday challenges that exist for people with autism and their families. I've also had the privilege to see firsthand what acceptance towards people with autism looks like in practice in Tuolumne County. This includes in businesses, for example, the server patiently helping someone place an order, or the dental office that allows extra appointments to provide needed time for a child struggling with unfamiliar sounds and experiences, as well as the community-based organizations and events such as 4-H, the rec department, and the Special Olympics, who provide opportunities for people with autism to participate and connect. I'm so proud to celebrate these amazing individuals and their families, and I look forward to continuing to be a part of our community's growth in supporting people with autism. Thank you. I also have a couple of families that would like to share their experience with you guys. And then that'll be it.
Welcome.
Hello again. So I'd like to introduce my wife, Tessa, and this is my son, Corbin. And with us today is also Jennifer, Corbin's personal assistant, and his grandmother and grandfather, Joe and Betty Zertucci. Corbin is nonverbal, so he is going to let me talk about him for just a bit. Corbin is 21 and about to graduate from the Tuolumne County Superintendent of Schools Transition Program. He also participates in Special Olympics, and he works Tuesdays at Community Bible Study, where he sets up classrooms for about 200 women and children. Corbin likes to swim, hike, ride a scooter, throw the ball for the dogs, go to the beach. He rides his hoverboard all over the house. He mountain bikes. He skis at an intermediate level, and he rides a one-wheel, even off-road like a pro. The next thing he's working towards is riding a dirt bike. I think his favorite is skiing, though. I wish you could have seen his smile this weekend while he was skiing with his siblings. Corbin has a difficult time understanding verbal instructions, so every single one of those things he had to learn by just feel. Dina asked me to share our experiences in the community, and that's an extremely difficult topic. So bear with me, it's gonna be super hard. I apologize right now because I'm probably gonna cry more than once. When Corbin was first diagnosed with severe autism, it was like being hit with a ton of bricks, and there are no words for it. I was immediately in the darkness, hopeless, feeling like all my dreams for my family were gone. I stayed in the darkness for a long time. Everything just seemed too overwhelming and hard. I wanted to quit before I even started, but then there were people. So many people began to smash that darkness. There are way too many to list, so I apologize for not being able to mention them all. But people like Dina, who worked with Corbin in our home and at TCSOS, along with so many others from the school district, like Josh Crozy, who literally walked and ran around the blacktop for a year with his hand on Corbin's bike until he could do it on his own. And all the volunteers at Skiing Unlimited and Society for Disabilities who worked with him using special equipment for 3 years until he was able to ski on his own. And all the volunteers who coach at Special Olympics, and even the other participants who always encourage Corbin. And friends, and the church, and other parents of autistic children like Mary Austin, who always offer support and encouragement. To complete strangers. One time a woman stalked Corbin and I all the way through Twainhart Market just so she could stop us and pray for us right there in the middle of the aisle. Another time when Corbin was quite young, we went to Applebee's. It was packed and Corbin was making quite a bit of what I call autism noises. A couple close by became irritated with us and started telling us that we needed to leave and that we shouldn't be there with him. They were very rude and using foul language and honestly were causing a bigger scene than Corbin was. Just when we were getting up to leave, what seemed like the entire restaurant came to Corbin's defense and scolded that couple until they were the ones who had to leave. I don't think I've ever felt so much love and support from total strangers in my entire life. I've never seen those people again, but I will never forget them. Then there's Jennifer, who's steadfast and has always been there for Corbin and our family whenever we have needed her. She's worked with him since he was 6 years old. And then there's Tessa, my wife, who always encouraged me to never quit. She's been Corbin's biggest advocate and has sought every possible service for him. She literally stood next to him in the pool and watched him drown over and over and over again until he finally taught himself how to swim. But to be honest, it's all Corbin and the others like him. People often praise Tessa and I for being good parents, and I appreciate the sentiment, but we've got it easy. It's Corbin and the people like him who have multitudes more difficulty just doing the most basic of things that we all take for granted. Corbin has inspired more people than I can ever dream of. And those people have taken their light and smashed me out of my darkness. It's like being in a pitch black closet and then stepping out into the bright sunlight into a world that I never knew existed. Corbin is my hero. So thank you, Board of Supervisors, for doing this. To those parents who are going through or will be going through diagnosis, it will be hard and your life will be changed forever, but it can still be great and possibly better than you ever imagined. To everybody else, people with autism are some of the most marginalized in our society, but as I think I've demonstrated here, they offer so much that makes our lives better. I know it's difficult and awkward when you're just not sure what to do, so just start by saying hi. They may not say hi back, but I bet you they appreciate it. Also, if you feel led to, I highly recommend volunteering with one of the agencies mentioned. It will be very rewarding and you can get to know some of these people. So thank you again.
Thank you. Dina, did you have, yeah, okay.
Sorry, I'm ready to cry.
Hello.
Hi, I'm Serena Keith,
young word, and our story was similar to Corbin and his family, so I won't go into all those details, but it's very similar, except my son Zane, he is 10 and a half right now. He was diagnosed when he was around 2 years old. And Dina, too, works with our family, so we know her well. I'm crying because it is hard. Everything he said resonated with me. I know autism is a large spectrum of neurodiversities, but somewhere on that spectrum, it becomes to where it is a lifelong disability or different abilities, is what I like to normally say. Dina asked me, well, basically, I'm Serena, and not only am I an autism mom, I am his caregiver and his advocate and his voice. And that's why it was important for me to come here. I'm actually really out in the community. A lot of people know me as that autism mom, especially at the schools or in our friend groups. Usually they see me chasing him a lot. Usually that's how people recognize me out. It's really important for me to take my son out into the community so he can learn those life skills. But I know a lot of families aren't as confident, or it is harder, or they just don't know how to handle it. So there are many of us that aren't out in the community and they hide at home, and that's the truth. And I can give you names, you know, and that's what part really disappoints me. I'm not originally from here. We moved to Tuolumne County 10 years ago yesterday, actually. My husband is a wildland firefighter with the Forest Service. So he got full-time, we moved to Groveland. I'm originally from Orange County, which is obviously very different than here. We both are. Many times throughout our journey, 8 years now, we talked about moving out of Tuolumne County due to the lack of resources and the lack of accessibility for our son. Like, is this a good place to keep him at? Well, we like the small town feeling and having chickens and all that stuff that I probably wouldn't have in Orange County. I still, to this day, think, should we move somewhere else that does have more resources and more accommodations and more people that understand? Dina had asked me to come and talk about businesses and the community that we've had experiences with. She said good experiences though, but unfortunately what came to my mind first was all the bad experiences we've had. All of the people, not just business owners, just people in the community that doesn't understand, they stare, or that they are rude. That happens more times than not. Telling us to be quiet, or our kids, just things I've heard over the years. It's really hurtful. And so I do have some businesses I want to highlight in some instances, but what I do want to highlight too is that we have a long road. We have a lot more to do to become, you know, in a more inclusive area. And so what I was also going to mention is that, well, we have met some good friends and other people. It is hard to find your niche because people don't understand our lives and what we have to do. And wildland fire on top of that adds to my stress. But so we have had some businesses in the community be better for us, but it's not without us as parents, our constant advocacy and push from us families to get these experiences. I've also had to push the county superintendent of schools to become better. And I know every autism parent there, it has been a fight over the years too. And I will say right now, it is going a lot better. So that is good, but that's from parents and advocates like Dina fighting for us to make sure our kids get everything that they're supposed to get. Businesses, after explaining to them about our son and, you know, how they can help us, a lot of them are, one of the new places I do want to highlight, well, I do want to say the library. We have had good luck at the library system. When he was younger, there was some great librarians that really tried to include him, but now that he's getting bigger and older, those things, but he's not quite old enough for Special Olympics, those things are non-existent right now. I don't feel like we could take him to certain places. Elevate at Black Oak Concedo has been great. They're the new trampoline park. And if you know anything about autism and sensory needs, these kids like to jump. Jumping is our life, and swinging. We have it all over our house. So when Elevate first opened, even before they opened, I knew one of the people starting it, and I messaged him, and he's like, yes, we're on board. Whatever you need, let's do sensory friendly days, field trips. And now that we go there, I have a pass, and all the employees know us. They know that I'm watching him, and it's a really great experience that they are trying to work with us. And that is a good example. But again, I have to come to them, and I hope one day we get to a place where it's just assumed that we're gonna have accommodations and such like that. The hospital too, we have had good experiences there. Once I tell them they're autistic, they're very patient and friendly, but there are a lot of traveling people, so it's hit or miss. However, in the Children's Hospital in Madera, they have called George's Pass, and I think that's something I want to talk to the hospital about, to where you don't have to explain everything. You just say, hey, we're George's Pass, and they know how to handle, and they are trained to handle kids and adults with autism. So steps like that, I really think we need to take. Basically, I can't stand here on World Autism Day and celebrate my son, because he's amazing, just like Corbin. He knows how to learn how to ride a bike. He taught himself, scooter, he's swimming, and he's 10 years old. And we were told when he was diagnosed that he may never do any of that stuff. He may never learn to swing on a swing, and he's doing that. We are a very supportive family, and we have some great friends that we've made, but I really hope for some more support and acknowledgement and accommodations and inclusion for our kids here. There are no inclusive sports until adulthood. There's nothing I can take. I've tried doing gymnastics with my son Zane. We tried to open a special class, and it kind of fell through. There's no sensory friendly places that it's advertised. When we have big town events or events to go to, there's no accommodations or no special, hey, maybe you guys can park here instead of having to walk 10 miles, because not everyone has a handicap pass. In case of a meltdown, which usually happens after those events, but it's not going to stop me from ever taking out my child. By the way, he's been to Hawaii, he travels, we push him and we push our family to make sure we're out in the world so people can learn about our kids and our lifestyle. I'll never stop trying, and I'm really hoping that we can, as a county, be more inclusive, because we deserve it. And like she said, 1 in 36 kids are being diagnosed with autism right now. Tuolumne County is not excluded in that, and it's gonna just keep growing. Yet every family I talk to, a couple of them I'm close friends with, and I was telling them I was coming here today, and they're like, yeah, it's not inclusive here at all. Like, it's not just us that feels it. There are exceptions, but as a whole is what I'm talking about. And I just want to stay here and make Tuolumne County an accepting, inclusive place that we can be proud of. So I would like to say that maybe, I don't know, I'm not into politics, but having an autism committee possibly for the county, so that committee can be built up of parents or resources that volunteer to do it. And so somewhere that autism families can go to get help with resources, to get help with inclusive places to go, set up play dates, things like that. It's really not done yet at all. So I think that that would be our next step, seeing as, we are not the only ones. So I challenge you as a board on World Autism Day to think in how we can plan to make our county truly friendly and inclusive to all the families and kids like ours. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I've got the resolution here. I'm going to go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas Autism Awareness Month was founded in April 1970 by Bernard Rinland, PhD, a psychologist and autism researcher who chose the month of April to coincide with his son's birthday, as well as the start of spring, a time for new beginnings. And whereas autism disorders affect persons regardless of race, religion, socioeconomic status, or geography. And whereas autism is the fastest growing developmental disorder in the United States, with 1 in 36 children being diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder. And whereas autism is the fastest growing developmental disorder in California, with 1 in 22 children being diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder. And whereas autism disorders are lifelong conditions that require support, training, assistance, advocacy on behalf of the individuals who suffer from such disorders. And whereas in 2021, a change in designation was approved from Autism Awareness Month to Autism Acceptance Month, as a significant and growing portion of our community is impacted by autism, and as members of our community, we can all practice acceptance and awareness. And whereas the members of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors are united in solidarity and common purpose to recognize the month of April 2024 as Autism Acceptance Month. Now therefore be it resolved that the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors declares the month of April 2024 as Autism Acceptance Month. So with that, I'll bring it back to the board. Is there any comments? Please, Supervisor Heff.
Yeah, I have comments. I imagine most people in this room know somebody who is on the spectrum. For myself and my family, on my husband's side, I have a granddaughter, Jody, who is on the spectrum. And my very best friend here locally has a grandson on the spectrum. So it is not without awareness or understanding about what this is, and acceptance. And I do hope that we can do something maybe with public health. I would suggest going to public health to see if there might be some kind of group that could be started. But I do have a problem. It's not within the county's purview. This is a national deal. The national anthem for autism is going towards acceptance. I'm sorry, I don't accept that. I accept the people with autism that have it and their abilities. A lot of them have very special abilities. What I don't accept is science or our government or whoever it is who has just decided that they're going to accept that and not look for what is the reason behind this. In the 1980s, early 80s, autism wasn't even a blip. There was no numbers attached to it at all. And now, depending on who you look at, it's 1 in 30 or 1 in 36. And they say there's no stopping it, it's going to continue. Well, I'm sorry, acceptance is not good enough. We need to be spending, and I'm not talking we, the County Board of Supervisors, but those who have the ability and the science behind them to look at the reasons. We need to find out why this is going on. And those are my statements.
Thank you. Supervisor Kirk.
Yeah, thank you for bringing this. I just have to say, I looked at you coming in the room, has nothing to do with this. You are the spitting image of my aunt when she was 30 years old. Like, I keep thinking, like, Lisa just walked in the room, or she had a daughter I didn't know about. So I got to show you a picture of her. Driving me crazy. Thank you to the folks who showed up today to advocate for the kids. My wife used to be a public school teacher, and it blew her mind when she started teaching, like the numbers here, 1 in 36. And what I gleaned from her was early intervention. Get help early, and that's where you see a lot more success. But I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I know what it's like. I do have a daughter who we're dealing with something right now medically, and yeah, you think like the projection of their life and what their life's going to look like. Especially as a parent, you think, what happens when I'm gone? Who's going to take care of my baby? And so I hear that, and I pray that we do have the resources to take care of these kids when you guys are gone. Because if it happened to my family, that would be my greatest fear and concern. I wholeheartedly agree, even though I wasn't thinking it would go there. I do not accept in the year of 2024 that that the world should ever accept these data points. I'm not going to go into it, but I'm telling you, I've done research. I've had family members who have seen people come from overseas, from India to do work in the Silicon Valley, and they brought their children to Western medicine, and 2 years later, autism showed up. So I think it's disgusting if our nation or medical field ever accepts it. I think there should be a ton of money poured into research and development, and I think pharmaceuticals should be held accountable and not on a list where they're not held accountable. I'll leave that at that. But today's about recognizing this, and shame on those businesses who treated you guys like that. Because you know what, during COVID, we shame businesses for not having masks. We should shame businesses for not treating citizens as equals. I wholeheartedly think that's disgusting. So, heck, I got a short-term rental on my property. If you want to bring your family and come on my property and have all your autism screams, come on and do it. You can come check out the chickens and the pigs and the sheep. God created us equal. We're all the same. So, thank you.
Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair Goldenberg. And, there's not much I can add. I'm really grateful to, to Mike, Tessa, and to Serena for sharing your stories, and really grateful to get to see Corbin, and hope to get to meet Zane in the near future. And, telling and sharing your stories, I know that it can be very difficult and a challenging thing to do, but it's important for us as community leaders to hear those stories, and for members of the public to hear them too, because you're living this every day. You are there for your family, and that is tremendously admirable. But we as community members and community leaders need to step up and support the people that are doing the heavy lifting day in and day out, to make sure that we all have a fair shake at living a life that has meaning and that has value, and that we have the tools that we need to contribute in whatever shape that takes to the betterment of our community. So, so glad and to see you all, and it's a pleasure to get to meet the people doing this.
Supervisor Brandon.
Right, thank you. And I appreciate the meaningful stories. We often have a lot of people that come in and they'll tell us what maybe they're angry about or something, but what really I think is the most moving is being able to hear about, this is what we want to know. What's your experience? What's your firsthand? Because you're the expert on that. To be able to present, what we can do to help. I want to echo the comment to speak with public health. I think that, looking at some type of focus group or support group that can be organized and have some clinical support there to talk about, what we're doing, what's available, would be a huge help. Maybe this also for kids could be something with the superintendent of schools office as well, or some type of collaboration. So I think that's a great path for advocacy. And I really agree that we should be working towards a more inclusive area that celebrates that, people are different. There's all different types of temperaments, talents, and convictions, and that's a positive thing. And within that is, people's different abilities and capabilities as well. I know that, there's been a lot of things that are out there of saying like, wow, this thing has precipitously increased across a number of things that are now being tracked much better. And part of it is that these are not very clear cut things. You don't just do a test, a blood test suddenly and you're like, this is diagnosable in the same way that something else might be. It's a good thing that more people, especially with, I think, nuanced or internalized kind of expressions of some of these spectrum disorders, are being recognized and able to access care. I think it's good that we have more awareness of it. I think we should always be cognizant of any things that may be causing an increase in that number, but also celebrating, accepting the awareness that it's a good thing if we know that somebody is struggling with it. And people in their 50s and 60s and 70s are also being diagnosed with this, who were missed when they were kids with a number of these issues, that we're recognizing them, we're giving them voice, and we're giving them recognition on it. So thank you for bringing this here. I look forward to your continued advocacy on it, and I appreciate having the opportunity to learn about it and your stories.
Thank you. So yes, I have very similar comments. It's pretty shocking when you look at some of the numbers, 1 in 36 national, 1 in 22 California. That's, I wasn't aware of those numbers. obviously I am now. And as with Supervisor Half, I too have a effect in my life because my grandson, as in, he lives out of state. They're in Arkansas, but we have a weekly call with my grandson, so we stay in tune, and so it's good. So with that, thank you very much, and I'll look to the board for a motion. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, public comment. Did we do public? I don't think we did. Yes, so welcome. Thank you.
Hi. As a mother of a daughter who has a disability, I can identify with the feelings of being hit hard when your child is diagnosed with something that you can't even pronounce the name. When we arrived 40 years ago with our 6-year-old daughter, services were limited. The feeling of not knowing what to do was hard. I can only say thank you to the parents of children who have disabilities to continue to advocate daily with your voice. It can make the change, and I appreciate all of you.
Thank you. Additional public comment.
Hello again. Now, I know when I walked away, I said I'm no expert. I'm not. But as many of you may know, prior to starting my career in county government, I worked for years in after-school childcare. And I had several different students over the years that were somewhere on the spectrum. And, you know, we worked really, really hard to try to integrate them into all of the things that we did. And I have to tell you, it's incredibly heartwarming when you encourage them to join in and be a part of everything, when you get to see them become a part of a group, become part of your little, you know, your sort of micro family, your classroom that you see every single day in after school childcare. It's very heartwarming when they become part of something. And you know, while I was uniquely positioned to be able to do that because of my role as an after-school teacher, everybody can do that. Everybody can do that by including them in conversation and, you know, encouraging them when they do and acknowledging them. In that way, you would very much embody the spirit of what this is supposed to mean. So I would highly encourage anyone to do it.
Is there any additional public comment? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. And
So Chair, I'll make a motion to adopt Resolution 1724 proclaiming April 2024 as Autism Acceptance Month in Tuolumne County.
And I'll second.
So I have a motion by Supervisor Brandon, a second by Supervisor Kirk. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay. Thank you very much for the presentation. That's what I'm wondering. Got a fair amount of people here. What do we have left? What? Well, they just. Okay. We're just looking at the timeframes here. Please excuse the pause here. Looking at the time and trying to be respectful of staff and lunch periods. So what we're going to do is we're going to move on to our 11 o'clock. And we will, I'll go ahead and have the clerk read it. And then we'll have a presentation. We'll take public comment. And then we're going to break for lunch, and we'll resume after lunch this afternoon. Okay, so I'm looking to see if we go to about 12:30 here, we should be able to get through the first part, I believe, and then we'll finish after lunch. So please read on that.
11 a.m. Consideration of approving an agreement and certificate of acceptance for the purchase of real property located at 22039 Parrots Ferry Road, assessors parcel number 032-240-001-00, Sonora, California, from Christian Sharp, a married man, as his sole and separate property, and Carolyn Sharp, a married woman, as her sole and separate property as joint tenants, in the amount of, and this is a clerical error that I'm going to amend real quick, $925,000. Apologies. I will pick back up at the dollar amount, which had that clerical issue, in the amount of $925,000, authorizing the county administrator to execute all documents in escrow and finding that the purchase and operation picking back up, authorizing the county administrator to execute all documents in escrow and finding that the purchase and operation of the project is statutorily exempt from review under the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, pursuant to section 15061B3, 15301, and 15326 of the state CEQA guidelines for the implementation of CEQA.
Thank you. So before we start the presentation, I just want to state something here that obviously there's been a lot of discussion about this matter. There's been meetings held in the public. There's been meetings held with different groups in the community of Columbia, including public schools, Chamber of Commerce, and other folks of interest that were interested, I should say. What I'd like to do on this item is that, and I'm looking for board concurrence here, is to, after the presentation, we'll do the clarifying questions. I would ask that the board members limit it to 4 minutes so that we can keep things moving. And then we'll move on to public comment. And I see a fair amount of people in the room. We're going to go 2 minutes per person in order to allow as many people to speak as possible. And then we'll bring it back to the board again for additional questions and comments of 4 minutes, and then look to move forward with the items. So if we can go ahead with the presentation, please.
Great, thank you. Maureen Frank, Capital Projects Director. With me today and the panel for the presentation is Michael Roberson and Tammy Mariscal. As Heather just read for you, today before you for consideration is a purchase of property at 22039 Parrots Ferry Road. And the purpose for buying this property is for the behavioral health clients for housing for them. In the memo that we presented to your board in your packet included several attachments. And for that reason, staff will keep our presentation short for you, because I think we provided a pretty comprehensive package. The presentation today will cover the following items. We want to talk a little bit about the project background, give you an overview of the property, update the board on direct tasks that have been completed, give you a little bit about the financial information, and again, as
as we purchase all properties, we need to talk a little bit about the land use evaluation that was conducted for this one. As we begin our presentation, I just wanted to remind your board that if you approve the purchase of this property, it would give a total of 22 housing units for the behavioral health program. At that point in time, county staff would be done and we would not be looking at any other further properties to purchase at this time. Okay, you ready? So real briefly, the background: on February 27th, 2024, Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors approved staff to recommended to post a notice of public intent to purchase the property that we just described. As you know, the Behavioral Health Department has successfully purchased and then also implemented behavioral health housing for over the past almost 20 years. The current behavioral health supportive housing rooms are rented as part of the participants who meet that targeted kind of requirements to participate in this program. And future housing initiatives that we have, so for example, this facility would model those other two facilities as far as what we want to do as far as protocols and procedures. So basically, this property that we are looking about and considering today has 4 units on it, and with that, it provides us an opportunity. Yeah, I do. Thank you. If not, here.
Thank you. All right, so Mo was on a roll. I appreciate that, Mo. So the proposed property offers individuals housing, those that are served through behavioral health. Tenants contribute 30% of their income towards rent. They are required to sign lease agreements adhering to house rules. They are held accountable for behavioral health program regulations as it relates to housing and California renters laws. Individuals seeking our services undergo initial screening and assessments. Based on those assessments, personalized strength-based treatment plans are developed, encompassing their goals. These plans address the initial issues identified by the individual, as well as other issues revealed through the engagement and assessment process. The journey to recovery and the structure of treatment varies significantly. This is because individuals we serve have unique challenges and treatment objectives that shape the course of their care. Today, I am accompanied by Betsy Coe, our program specialist, who will be presenting a client story. We aim for the story to offer the board and the public a clear illustration of the journey to behavioral health recovery. Betsy.
Good morning. My name is Betsy Coe. I'm a program specialist with behavioral health. I've been working at behavioral health for 10 years. I've provided intensive case management support to people through the Full Service Partnership Program. I've worked in the Mobile Crisis Unit, and I've also worked in extensive homeless outreach programs. There are often challenges when a person first comes into behavioral health. We have a saying that we meet people where they're at. That means small steps forward, focusing on what the person feels is in need of change. Then we work together to make those changes, and then we develop more skill sets. Today, I want to share with you a story of somebody who would potentially be eligible to our community housing that we're looking at today. I worked with a person who came from us from a psych facility. They had been in a psych hospitalization. They had criminal charges, they were on probation, they were homeless, couch surfing, they had family conflicts due to addiction issues, due to untreated symptoms of mental illness. We met them where they were at. We had to ensure that their needs were met. But first, all they wanted from us were food and clothing. They categorically said, thank you very much. But yet they kept coming back to meet with us. They went to our local drop-in center daily. They engaged with our staff. They talked with people. We added behavioral health and substance use disorder services. We added group, then individual therapy, then men's services, and then case management. This person began to engage with us. With support and encouragement from our SUD staff, they agreed to enter into rehab and completed a 60-day program. They took their medication as prescribed. They continued with sobriety. They learned how to independently navigate our transit system and access our community resources. They met with motherlode job training. They participated in one of their training programs, completed a 6-month job internship. They continued their education and went to Columbia Junior College. They set a goal to become a drug and alcohol counselor. Working together, we found temporary housing, and then we found permanent housing. For me, one of the big game changers was finding permanent housing. The impact it made on the individual, their whole personality. They were brighter, they had a more positive outlook. Their hygiene and grooming improved. They took care in their appearance and their clothing. It was interesting. I was told it was easier to take a shower more regularly when you had hot water. You had the same place to go to take your shower. And nobody was stealing your shampoo or conditioner. You had access to laundry. You didn't have to watch your clothes in the dryer for fear they'd be stolen, or carry everything with you on your back and plan how to do that, and then have very limited resources. When they were placed in supportive housing, their eating habits changed. They told me it was easier to eat healthy when you had electricity, a fridge to store your food, pots and pans to cook with. They were brave enough to start exploring how to cook and use a recipe. Prior to that, all they had done was microwave cooking or something that didn't need to be refrigerated because it was carried around with you. I taught them how to bake chicken. It sounds very simple, but when we completed that process, the look on their face when they realized how easy it was to place the chicken in the oven and cook it was just amazing. And that made me pause and realize that things that we take for granted may not have been skill sets that were developed. We assume everybody has some basic cooking skills, right? Hygiene, cleaning may not have been something that they had been exposed to in their history. They now take pride in their home. They clean their home. They've looked at adding little knickknacks to personalize it and decorate it in their taste. This is something they've not had an opportunity to do before. Once they were in supportive housing, there was no further law enforcement contacts. They said in the past they didn't know where to go. They were active in their addiction. They roamed around and kind of did whatever they wanted, and that, of course, drew law enforcement contact. Now they want to stay home and enjoy their house. They're working on projects. They developed artistic and creative skills. They addressed legal issues and ended their endless cycle going through the criminal justice system. They were proud when they successfully completed probation and hadn't been to jail in over a year. This did not happen overnight. We spent 3 years working on skills before they were ready to live in supportive housing. Their path included a psych hospitalization, jail, homelessness, couch surfing, and yet they continued to meet with us and get support from behavioral health. When they went to rehab to address their addiction issues, they were finally ready for supportive housing. They improved their mental health symptoms, addressed their illegal issues, found a primary care physician. I think it's important to know that this happened on their timeline. They guided the process. But I can tell you that safe, stable community housing creates amazing outcomes. I have seen it for myself over the past 10 years. I have still people in apartments we found for them 10 years ago. They're thriving and they're living their best life. Right now, we have an amazing opportunity to help people who have done the work and they're ready for the next steps. Myself and my coworkers are ready to help. We have already done this for many people in our community and we're willing to continue doing it. The biggest thing for me is when I hear people describe their concerns about our community housing, I want to make sure that I help you understand that we're creating a home. People are using words like rehab, group houses, facilities to describe the programs that we're wanting to offer. This is not our definition of community housing. People are returning to our community from the group homes, from the facilities, from rehab. They're ready to take those skills that they developed and live in our community in a home. And we'll be offering them the opportunity and the support to continue on their journey. Thank you.
So with that we wanted to talk a little bit about the property of interest, and you've seen this slide before. Basically, just as a reminder that the total property is roughly 2.16 acres. The property contains 4 homes for a total of 5,377 square feet of living space. It also has if you will, a shop barn on site, and that can be either utilized for program space, job skills, and if needed in the future, we could also look at that for conversion for additional housing space if needed. We've talked about in the last presentation several places that we have looked at, and really staff is excited when we went to look at the site for the first time, because it provides and affords us so many opportunities. It is consistent with the goals that your board has set out for us in creating transitional housing. The 4 homes that we talked about provides Betsy and Tammy the opportunity for the behavioral health staff really to look at the program space and provide them that flexibility in pairing up people that will be successful in living together with common needs on one project site. And also it includes fenced outdoor space for recreation, gardens, and of course parking and for people to have pets. As we stand right now, looking at this facility, as far as the capital improvements that are needed, 3 of the homes are pretty much shovel ready, move in. That doesn't mean that the staff still has to do some deferred maintenance on it to make the 3 of them ready to go, and we're ready and prepared to do that. There is room for expansion if needed in the future. There's public water and a ditch agreement. Public sewer is available right in the street in front of us, right adjacent to the property. There's ample parking. Best of all, we do not displace anyone. There's no current renters in this facility. The people that own the facility are moving. Also, this, as we were just hearing in the previous presentation, this property promotes inclusion in the community, not isolation or segregation. And that's so important, as you just heard the story about the one example that we had for you, that it's so important to get people back on track and to make them included in our community.
At the board meeting on February 27th, your board gave direction to staff on some of the following. One was to host individual meetings for input and discussion with adjacent neighbors, including Columbia Elementary School leadership and Columbia Chamber of Commerce. We developed a document that was just called deliverables, so you could see all the different work that was done and the different tasks that were accomplished by staff, and that shows up on attachment B. We also created and distributed at your request a frequently asked questions document. It's a working document. As we hear more questions that have been addressed or we have more clarity on some of the answers, we will continue to update that. That was issued as attachment C to your board agenda packet. I would like to talk about that just briefly. It's hard to get ahead of false information, and that's a part of what the point of the frequently asked questions document is to try to give a clarity and truthful, verified information to some of the questions that we've heard either in the different public meetings or read through social media or heard it through the grapevine kind of information. So that's what the purpose of that document is. That document is also posted publicly on the behavioral health website, and that would be a great place for people to go to get more information. You also gave us direction to authorize home inspections. I find it interesting that there has been a gross misuse of something that Supervisor Half said. She said, I would like the county staff to do due diligence on inspections because I'm concerned, I don't want this to be a money pit. And what that got interpreted to be in the community meetings was supervisor staff said this house is a money pit, which is not true. And so, of course, a part of the due diligence of anyone buying any property is to authorize inspections, which we did. Home inspections on all the buildings, roof inspections, pest inspections, a contractor evaluation on the original home, Corners and boundaries, our own staff went out and verified some of that. And then also issues related to the reported past mining activities and closure. There's no denial that there was past mining there. As a part of my understanding, the Douglas mining operations or Douglas mining claim, we had inspectors look and see if there was any obvious results in a detrimental way, like sort of surface results of those mining operations, and nothing was reported. And also we consulted with our own community development director, our building department, with our surveyor, with county council, organizations like Bureau of Land Management were consulted, the state Board of Mining and Geology was consulted to find out if there was any information that was of a detrimental nature. What we do know, as is true with a lot of the properties in Tuolumne County, is that this county has a mineral rights claim that is different than the title that we would be holding. However, we're looking into that because we don't believe that there has been any recent or modern claim to those rights, and we want to continue to pursue what that means for the county. Right now, though, we believe as a collective staff, all those group members that we just told, staff members that we just talked about, we don't see any detrimental, we don't see how the former mining operations have any detrimental impact on the property now. And then one of the other things was that we were asked to confirm the build dates on the homes. We did talk to the assessor's office here at the county, and we know that the original home was sometime 1935 or prior. And they have a methodology to determine that, which is based on their records. But they understand and they have stated clearly that's just an estimate. On the other buildings, we know that those building dates that Mo put up were the building dates that they had. A couple in 1965, one in 1983, I believe. So we were able to verify that information. And then in the community meetings, again, there are too many questions we're asked to be able to address each of those individually right now. That's why that FAQ document is really important. But some of the areas of common interest that seem to be coming up time and time again, we just wanted to address. And we did verify with TUD, there was a map put in your board packet on the location of the public sewer that is available, which might be a good idea at one point to connect all of these houses to the public sewer system. But we do know that just a couple of years ago, a brand new septic system was put in, and that the other septic systems were all updated based on some of the needs that were there, and that was all done with permits. We verified that with the county office here to make sure that that work was completed according to the requirements of codes and ordinances. So that is a possibility for the future, which is a good asset for the county to know that public sewer is available. Housing agreements and rules were draft documents that were submitted as a part of your board agenda because those are draft documents in that this is a new program, and there are some, the housing agreements that we have related to the other behavioral health housing were specific to those properties. So the reason why they're in draft form now is because if we move forward with this, or your board decides to move forward with it, then we'll modify those agreements to that specific location. And then properties considered by county staff. This was a concern that came up on social media a lot, and it also came up in the community meetings, that staff just picked this property out of thin air and off we went running after it, which is not true at all. There was a list of properties that I looked at that were publicly noticed on the multiple listing service for a time period from the time that we publicly noticed the public that if you have a property that you're interested in selling to the county that meets a certain criteria, then let us know. So we did not view each one of those properties on site. That's not practical, but we did look at a variety of properties that were consistent with this program need and consistent with the board's direction and approved priorities for distributive housing. So we looked at properties in the Tuolumne Road corridor. We looked at properties up on Tuolumne Road North. We looked at properties all throughout the Sonora area, and then some in Jamestown and some in the Columbia area. And we didn't go much higher than Twain Harte, and we did not go over to Groveland. And there were reasons for that in terms of the impact on staff to provide the support that they needed and to be close enough to provide that support. So there was a list of properties that were looked at that was attached as attachment F. Again, those were properties that were reviewed, not necessarily a site tour for each one of them. And then the last thing I heard consistently in all of these meetings, or that we heard, was, why are we not knowing about this until now? And I would like to say to the community something that we say a lot in these meetings, that we as citizens of Tuolumne County need to put ourselves in the stream of reliable information. Social media is not it. And so the county has developed a notification system whereby you can go onto the main page of our county website, and there's a place called Notify Me, and you click that, you log in, or you give your email information, and you can click on every single county commission or committee or board meeting, so that when those agendas are posted for those meetings, that you can be notified and you'll be in sort of the stream of reliable information. The other thing is, I would say that if you're interested in homeless housing, then go to the Homeless Services Virtual Bulletin Board. If you're interested in the behavioral health services, then go to the behavioral health website, because they're rich with information that is firsthand information that is accurate. And the other is, don't hesitate to reach out to supervisors or to staff who are working on these initiatives, because likely we will have a narrative that's a little bit different based on the information or our perspective on these different things than what you would be getting from social media or in public meetings. So we believe that we have worked diligently to comply with the direction that the board gave us in our February meeting, as well as tried to give reasonable answers to questions that came up in these different community meetings.
Okay, with that, we just, in your board packet, attachment G is just a government code requirement that we publicize the notice of intent to purchase. And we have done that, and it was published in the Democrat March 15th, March 22nd, and March 29th. As far as the fiscal component for this project, funding for the acquisition, renovation, and operations will be coming from two main funding sources. Those are the Behavioral Health Bridge Housing Grant and the Mental Health Services Act funding. Basically, the BHBH funding will go towards the purchase of the property, and then the MHSA for renovations and then further operations of it. A professional independent appraisal, as we talked about in the last time we were before you, was conducted using the income approach methodology. And at that time, the value of the facility, or excuse me, the property was was $945,000. An aggregate value was also listed in the proposal at $925,000. And that is, as we included in the appraisal was included in your board packet, and that is the price. The $925,000 is what the purchase price that have come to terms with the owner of the property. And the appraisal's not, okay, sorry, I thought the appraisal was in the package. I apologize. As with, as I mentioned earlier, as with all purchases of property, one of the requirements that we have is that we do a land use evaluation. And so with that, we contacted our Community Development Director, Quincy Yaley, who her and her staff reviewed the project and what we wanted to do with what will go on with the project, and she has determined that this project is statutory exempt from review under the CEQA Environmental Quality Act. So in closing, staff is asking that your board approve an agreement and certify and certificate of acceptance for the purchase of real property located at 22039 Parrots Ferret Road in Sonora, California, from Christian Sharp and Carolyn Sharp in the amount of $925,000, and then authorizing the county administrator to execute all documents in escrow, and finding that the purchase and operation of the project is statutory exempt from review under the California Environmental Quality Act. And with that, staff is here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Okay. Mindful of the time, we'll see what we can get done here. So I'll look for questions from the board at this time, just questions of staff. Supervisor Kirk.
I have three and I'll make them quick. I wasn't here at the first meeting. I had to leave for a doctor's appointment. Otherwise I would have asked those then. But the three questions are, is there regular transportation set up for these individuals? So we'll just knock those out real quick. Is there regular transportation set up? And what does that look like?
Yes, actually, similar to our other two sites, we have a daily rotation of transportation that goes out at minimum twice daily. In addition to those two rides, we bring staff or we bring tenants to our enrichment center if they choose to spend the day that way, and other activities. So that would be a third transport that we currently have on schedule now, and we plan to repeat that with our future property.
Okay. And then activities of daily living in the mental health world, ADLs. Will any of these individuals, when they return from treatment, will they require any sort of prompting to do normal activities, brushing teeth, do your laundry, clean up? Like, is there any sort of that level of care going on at these homes?
Direct care from our staff in that way, no. It may be that this person, people might have that as one of their goals to improve their ADLs. So we would teach them either coping skills, provide them with different choices of a schedule that they would self-monitor and fulfill.
Okay. But they wouldn't require somebody to be there helping do any sort of prompting for those activities?
Absolutely not, no.
Okay. And then, and sorry if it's in the FAQs, but I just want to ask, is there a plan, like the Cabrini, like Washington, is there a current plan to have an on-site person living there 24/7 or no?
As you know, we do not have on-site at the two. We are investigating the opportunity to have somebody there 24/7. What we do have now is a housing rover who spends his time between the two sites, which his time would be expanded to the third, and would be a roving house manager. We are also pending purchase of future property, we'll be having a manager that is specific to our housing, knowing that it's going to have a little bit more attention necessary. And so we're looking at how leadership can be increased to make sure that all expectations are covered.
Okay.
Yeah.
And my last question, sorry, I'm going to add one more in there because it's coming to mind. Prop 1 just passed. I brought this up at a prior meeting. Is this kind of summarizing whether it's this place or another place? Are we getting to the end of purchasing homes to where we have enough homes for the capacity for the waiting list to address that dashboard? Or are we just going to endeavor on continuing down this path? Or is this kind of the end of the game?
This is it. This is it. You know, Prop 1 did pass. It is the silver lining to Proposition 1 is it provides sustainability for behavioral health housing. 22 is the limit. That is what we came up with when we did a data analysis and how we were going to manage care court and some of the other populations that came in. So 22, and we're sticking to it.
So moving forward, we can use Prop 1s to maintain funding for these help.
Absolutely.
Whether it's this or something else.
Yes.
We're getting to the end of the road. Okay, thank you.
And Supervisor Campbell.
I don't think I have any questions, Chair.
Okay.
Just comments. Thank you.
Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. I wanted to tag into something that you just mentioned. You said that we would need a housing manager in the future for future behavioral health projects, and we're seeing an increasing need. So is that a conversation that's happening?
Let me clarify. I didn't mean to say for future housing projects as if there's more. What we're wanting to do is create a leadership position, which would be management within my department. We have a vacancy currently that would take over some of the heavy lifting, meetings, research, et cetera, that my team's currently doing and I personally am having to manage. And so I think overall it will just improve our housing programs.
Okay. How many behavioral health clients are there roughly within the program? Because 22 is a fairly small number compared to the county population to say That's the ceiling. It's not going to increase beyond that.
There's 14,000 Medi-Cal beneficiaries, 14,000, and which is our target population. Of that, approximately 5% statistically would need specialty mental health services. When we looked further into the unduplicated client counts that we serve, looking at our history around conservatorship numbers, we came back around to 22, 25, 25 was the highest many, many years ago. But looking at all the data, 22 was the number, and I feel confident with that.
Okay. So it's listed here of the things that had been done, the staff had looked into, but for kind of some of the planning, a lot of those plans are there. The first one that comes to mind that I think has been the most common question, how is this going to be staffed in terms of coverage, hours, depth as in number, and then the qualifications of those individuals outside of case management individually, the facility itself? So I know there's a checkbox saying that was looked into, but what's the plan?
Can you rephrase your question? That's quite
How will the
complex.
facility be staffed in terms of coverage, depth of employees, and the training of those employees?
So as I stated earlier, we are assessing the need for 24/7 on-site staff. We have not established that yet. There's many discussions that have to happen, including meet and confer with the union. What I do have is a behavioral health senior who is a housing rover, and they're there daily. We also have our case managers that are assigned to clients that are in supportive housing that are doing services within the houses. So there are several staff on our housing premise daily. And we have also our 24/7 crisis system who is slated to respond to any individual that we're serving, those that are living within our houses, or those that in general would need psychiatric crisis care outside of business hours.
Okay. Is there a list of some of the mitigations that are being proposed related to some of the community concerns that have been brought up in those meetings? I know the FAQ has answers, but in the documents, they're not necessarily listed one-to-one in like the lease agreement as an example.
I don't know if we have a formal list per se. I do know that we have identified some of the concerns that our neighbors have had, and talked about how we can mitigate those risks, those concerns
Okay.
by way of fencing, as example, privacy fencing.
But there's no listed kind of commitments like we've seen with other
No.
properties where there was a certain amount of security system, fencing upgrades, something like that. It's not written out yet.
Yeah, so for some of the capital investments and things that we've heard from the community, absolutely privacy fencing put around the facility facility, awful word, regarding this home site will be done. We're looking at the front gate. We're also looking at the possibility of maybe some additional security lighting, maybe some security features for the outside of the facility. And then one of the best things that's not capital related that we heard yesterday in a meeting that we had with community members is put in place a main point of contact.
Right.
That we would then be part of the behavioral health staff, that if there were any concerns or if there was any issues, then the community could call that one person and we could do some immediate investigation into the situation and see what was going on. So I
Okay.
thought that was a good one, but we
Yeah.
don't have any formal list right now.
I appreciate the
Supervisor.
conversations. You can imagine why I would like to see a written list of mitigations and to the concerns. I wanted to ask, and I can have this as my last question. There's a few areas in particular, it's talking about Cabrini as an example for the tenant rules and that. We finally kind of have access to that document. We didn't have that at the first meeting. There's a few sections where it talks about your obligations, contract, termination basically of a lease. It talks about the tenant conduct. There's a rules section as well. None of those address anything that isn't related to the owner, the county, the people that they live with, or with the premises itself. That's where it's all related to. There's nothing talking that I can identify to the community or to adjacent neighbors. So this goes back to the question at the first meeting, and we also discussed about this at several of the stakeholders, are the carefully crafted, negotiated discussions regarding homelessness properties, including, for example, Rafferty Court, where it was for non-criminal activity, non-evictable activity, but otherwise unwelcome things that wouldn't fit as a good neighbor. Where is that within this program? Is there something that is applied to it? Since that's not within the behavioral health tenant policy that's presented.
Yeah, so it may be that, well, what we have out on the samples, as far as the lease agreements and house rules, there is additional renters packets that identifies what the county will do, what we do as landlords. I take note to your identification that we might need to increase language around roommate.
Well, can I
Expectations
clarify,
of
is the
roommates.
intent
Being
to,
a good neighbor, being a
Right.
good neighbor to not just internal roommates, but also to the neighborhood at large. Absolutely.
can I clarify, is the intent to include something like that? Because I know we
Absolutely.
follow tenant law, as in the
Yes.
evictable, and criminal has a pathway. So the intent is to have good neighbor rules, non-criminal, non-evictable, but otherwise unwelcome behaviors. They have a number to call, and there's some level of enforcement or accountability on that.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay, I've got just a couple here. The timeframes to be able to move into at least some of the homes on the property, if you could describe that. What it would take to be able to.
Right. So again, there's some processes that the county is required to go through that makes this timeline a little bit longer than what we really wanted. So as I mentioned in the presentation, there's some deferred maintenance on 3 of the project sites, the homes that are on this site. It would probably take us, I would say, roughly guessing without having to have all the information in front of me, I would say 4 to 6 months for us to be able to get all of the projects and the tasks and the deferred maintenance out to bid, get someone in to do that deferred maintenance. And just for your board's notification, this is deferred maintenance items. It's not like the other projects that have required an architect. So no, an architectural firm will not be hired for this project. It will be developing a simple scope of work for someone to come in, like a handyman, a contractor, if they want, to be able to do most of these items. Now, the 4th home on this site, as we've all mentioned before in the previous presentation, does need a little more work. And so that's going to take us a little bit longer for us to be able to get that building up and running.
Okay. And the other question I had is just regarding the ongoing funding to have the behavioral health people. I'm looking for a feel of you know, where you see it and the viability of having sustainable ongoing. We don't want to open up a facility and then have it fail because we don't have personnel to manage, you know, properly.
And the Mental Health Services Act, which is now known as the Behavioral Health Services Act, passed through the March 5th ballot. That is the funding that will continue to support the program going forward. That is the millionaire's tax, and it is by voters dedicated to specialty mental health services with no end date in the future.
Okay, thank you. All right, I don't have any further questions. It's 12:30. What we're going to do is we're going to break for lunch. We're going to return at 1:30 to continue this, starting with public comment at that time, and then, you know, back to the board. We're doing this to allow, you know, we have staff that are working, and they have a right to have their lunch periods, and we've had some board sessions recently where we ended up working through lunch, and it had negative effects on other staff members and us as board members too. So we'll pause and we're not, sir, I'm sorry, but we're not going to do public comment now. We're going to do public comment. Let's look at it. I want to get a feel for, after lunch, let's get a feel for how many people want to talk. and make comments, right? Because I want to be able to. Okay, there's a lot of people in the audience and there's 5 of us, okay? Okay, so we will recess until 12:30. So we are still on agenda item for the 11 a.m. And so at this time, I'm going to take public comment. There was a question just before we broke about the amount of time. With not that many people being in the audience, I'll put the time, back out at 3 minutes. So just everybody's aware. So please come up and we'll move forward on public comment here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board. I support housing for our vulnerable population of those with mental health challenges. This population is at high risk to be criminalized maybe as soon as April 22nd. Criminalization is not a solution to homelessness. We can help this particular population that is unhoused to move into homes and access to supportive services. Behavioral Health Department clearly understands how to develop care plans. Please give this vulnerable population a chance to make their lives better. We as a community can do this. One of my tutoring students was born as a drug baby, a baby that was conceived with drugs. Life became very hard for this student as she went through puberty. Behavioral health entered, and that student is now an independent person living in an apartment for over 10 years. She could have been homeless. She could have been involved in drugs. She could have been imprisoned. But our county threw a net out and caught this student. We pay now with housing, or we pay later with prisons. I say housing first, and I say housing now. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Other people, please come up. Hello.
I'm George Van Buskirk, and this thing is going to be right next to my house. I'm still opposed to it, but I'm not opposed to this kind of facility if it's in a good area and run properly. What behavioral health has said does not meet those 2 requirements that I would want. And the county already has 5 facilities like this. 2 are occupied and 3 are empty. I don't understand why those aren't being used. So, Michael, I sent Michael, well, first, I hope you all got the papers I sent you. I sent you a bunch of papers. I sent you 206 signatures of people that are against this. I sent you a report on the gold mining over there, personal letters, and I know that the Union Hill Inn sent a letter, and others have. So I hope you all got that, and I hope you read it. The thing about the gold processing, there was, and this is more because I did more research, there was a gold processing mill there, okay? It was 3 miles from Columbia, and it puts it right there in that area. And of course, they used mercury and arsenic, and there might have been other chemicals, but it's probably still there in the soil because I noticed that no soil samples were done. Also, the mine is still there. I bought my property from Pringle, and Mr. Albright was right next door, which is the property we're talking about. So Pringle was a county gravedigger, so he had access to dynamite legally. So him and Mr. Albright, they just dynamited the entrances to those tunnels. The tunnels are still there. I can take anybody back there and I can show you exactly where that tunnel is, because there's a metal pipe that runs right into the ground and under that one house, and that was for draining the water out of the tunnels. So that's all there. And I've had 2 of them collapse on my property. And one of them went straight to that house because I went down. When it first opened up, it was 10 by 10 on the surface and 20 feet deep. And I went down there and I looked on both sides. So one goes under Covered Wagon Road and the other one ran right towards that house. And it was still open, but all the timbering is rotted out, so it collapsed. And then I had another one, it was a smaller one, it was just the entrance in, and it collapsed, and it was only 8 feet by 10 feet. But they're still there, there's still a danger, and everybody needs to be aware of that. And I'm not against them doing things. I was in a halfway house, and in the halfway house, there were rules. You had to pee in a cup once a week, and you had to make an AA or NA meeting once a week. Then there was a house meeting once a week where we discussed what was going on with each other. And there were people we had to ask to leave. So anyway, that's it.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Yeah, this afternoon. So I'm not going to speak specifically about this property. I think it's a terrible location, but there's other people more knowledgeable going to talk to that. I'm getting more concerned about the bigger picture. I'm going to pan the camera back a little bit. This is just a symptom of our bigger problem of homelessness. Now, being the nosy old busybody that I am, I've been asking a lot of questions of people who I would expect to have answers, and I get answers. The more answers I get, the more questions that I have. It's beginning to remind me of the old Zen story. Some of you may be familiar with this. Traveler is walking along the road and he comes upon an old man on his hands and knees in the dirt, clearly looking for something. And he says, "What are you looking for, grandfather?" "My key. I can't find the key to my house." "Well, I'll help you." So they get down on hands and knees. This goes on for a while. He finally says, "I have to be on my way. Are you sure you lost it here?" And he says, "No, I lost it in the house." He said, "Well, why are you looking out here?" He said, "Well, the light's better." We're not looking in the right place, I don't think. So some of my questions are, why does Tuolumne County have more homeless than any of our neighboring counties? Why can't we get a remotely close number? If you look on the Continuum of Care website, I think the last number they had was 274, although the pit count from 2024 hadn't been posted yet. Our Tuolumne County dashboard says 831. That's a big difference. What are we doing to reverse the trend of our homeless population growing? This is not good. We can house, when we're all done with this, and okay, maybe this is the last one, maybe the governor gets another idea and says we have to have more, here's money, we'll go chase after that grant. That's got to stop. But okay, 22 people out of, pick a number, 274, 831. That's not even a drop in the bucket. Very heartwarming story about that person. It's like the one starfish got saved. Well, in the meantime, we have a whole beach full of dead starfish. And I don't mean to imply that our homeless people are dead folks, but one doesn't even make a difference. So what's the long-term plan? I don't hear any long-term plans from your board or the county. I don't hear any of that. All I hear is housing, housing, housing. How about helping, 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 healing, healing, healing? I don't see that we're helping anybody. Prevention, kids. We've got to get to kids. If we don't do some intervention with kids in these precarious situations, it's just going to be generational. It'll just grow and grow and grow. We've got to stop the growth of this homeless situation. Let's look for some grants that support health and healing, behavioral health. This Proposition 1, I don't like it. It's more money for housing and it's taking money away. I understand I may not have this completely right, but I understand it's taking money away from helping people with behavioral health issue. That's the wrong direction, you guys.
Thank you. Anybody else like to speak?
Hello, supervisors. I'm Rosanna with the Columbia Chamber of Commerce. I'm the president. We are not opposed to this situation and finding housing. It's just the location. Once again, Columbia is a residence of maybe 3,000 plus people without the resources, no medical in our little town. I would really hope that you would consider the residents living there and their situation as well. The main concern is safety, of course. The Parrots Ferry Road is the main corridor into a town that is totally based on tourists. That's one of our main incomes there for the residents there. And it is the gateway for all our tourists and the school buses. Right now, we're in the heat of schools, upwards to 12 buses a day, going into the State Historic Park, for the tours and all. So, yeah, we are dealing with a heavy responsibility to those children in the state park. And let me correct, I think on your February 27th meeting, you mentioned that there is a bus stop across the street. That is not a public bus stop. That is a bus stop for the schools. And that's within 100 feet. And that's, you're talking about drop off and pickup every day. Nothing has changed with the criteria of the Columbia Inn Motel. So most of you, you opposed, you didn't pass that ordinance there, or that because of those reasons, and it's still the same reasons why Columbia Parrots Ferry Road is not a good location for something like this. We could have it, but not on Parrots Ferry Road where there's so much traffic. And we live there, and I've seen the increase of just people walking literally on the yellow line there in the middle of the road, many times getting hit, close to getting hit. So, and one last thing, the Cabrini House, there has been 33 calls in the last 365 days. And that's Cabrini House, which is only 5 tenants there. We are talking more than double the tenancy here. 8 were for theft. 5, these are the top. 8 for theft, 5 for disturbances, fighting disturbances, and 2 for trespassing. And once again, Cabrini only has 5 beds. This is going to be, 11 to 15, something like that? And so double the amount, that's about 5.5 calls per month is our, if we were going to go with this, we would request that there be on-site 24-hour staffing that should be mandatory, and a requirement, maybe even the sheriff's substation with additional staff to meet the needs, increase the needs of demand. We have people there that are already there, the troublesome people, and they're already living there. So, and we're having to deal with that with only, 3 to 4 park rangers.
Okay, thank
so,
you.
So
Ma'am?
transportation is a major solution too. Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, I'm Catherine Nutter. My property is located behind this proposed facility. My family owns this property, our property, since 1979, and I grew up there as a child. My biggest threat was wildlife, and it remains true today. While I do have empathy for these individuals, and I managed low-income housing for 10 years, my concern is that when these people leave the facility, and I mean, outside of the success story, and they're no longer bound by house rules and regulations, either temporarily or permanently leaving. If they be it a violation of their rental agreement, lack of management, they leave unexpectedly or just walk away or having some major crisis. What assurances are being given to us neighboring homeowners that individuals from this facility won't trespass onto mine or my neighbor's property and bring any threat to our homes, our families, and our properties? And this is to include loitering, squatting, fire, physical harm. I have daughters living with me, and we're back there on 8 acres. People can wander easily back onto my property, which they have. So that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board. My name is Teresa Torbett. I have the Columbia Mercantile 1855 grocery store in Columbia State Historic Park. I moved back home and opened my business in 2018 after growing up in Tuolumne County and Columbia and Sonora. I'm a part owner in an undeveloped property near this particular facility that is being, or facility or homes, property being reviewed. I have attended 3 public meetings regarding the purchase of this property, and while I respect and appreciate all of the individuals here very much, I do take issue with some of the way that information is being shared with you, the board, and with the public. I'm a bit offended with the community input review that was part of the frequently asked questions that seemed to make it sound like the biggest issues were nobody was notified. The biggest issues, in my mind, listening in on those meetings, were that it discounts the proximity to inner sanctum cellars, Union Hill, the Water Wheel, Columbia State Historic Park, all part of the Historic Columbia Corridor, and all businesses that have come into Tuolumne County to enhance the touristic gem that we have, the historic cultural resource at our hands. I know that Karen and Pete were not able to be here today, but I know that they expressed issues with the potential to lose their ABC licensure and would affect the property of their sale at a later date. And I do believe that that is a real concern. And they have also probably invested more than $1 million in their property. One of the other issues was the actual sale price of this property. To those looking in, it looks like it was doubled by more, so obviously a windfall for the people who are potentially trying to sell. Last, I just wanted to mention that in these discussions, we're talking about, as my understanding, severe behavioral health clients. I've already interacted with many of them in my business and have helped and supported them as well. But there are relapses, and unfortunately, when you can be working and assisting and helping those who have those kinds of issues, sometimes it doesn't end well, or things change from one day to the next. I don't believe there's enough supervision in Columbia to handle people who spend their days there, and I have no real assurance that that this property will be appropriately supervised either. Thank you.
Is anybody else who would like to speak? Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Tom Stewart, and appreciate you guys giving us this time to voice our concerns. My first concern is the security of this facility. I would like to have a lot of attention paid to the fact that security cameras for the entrance of at least the gate entrance and exit for this property, not just for the benefit of the public, but also the renters at this facility for security. I do support these kind of facilities. I've had this, I have a nephew who's had drug problems. He went through a halfway house and a recovery center himself. So I know the need for this facility. I just don't think that a neighborhood that relies so heavily on tourists is a good location for this. Columbia is tourist oriented for our economy in a huge, huge way. That has some concerns. And I've lived in this community since 1986. So I've seen good times and bad times. Also, there has been some discrepancy on the number of renters in this facility. On your Q&A paperwork, it mentions 8 to start with, 3 after the facility has been upgraded, and I've heard the number 22 passed around. So that is double what the original number that was on the Q&A paperwork. So I have a concern about that. And also my concern is, as locals that have lived there a long time, we've dealt with the local wildlife. There is a local mountain lion that travels that area on a regular basis. I live on Sawmill Flat Road, and I have a bear that makes the rounds every so often and gets into my garbage and throws my garbage cans around. So that is a concern also. But good luck and thank you.
Thank you. Well, I was going to, after public comment, I was going to ask staff about some of the questions people were raising and if they could address them at that time. Thank you. Anybody else who'd like to speak, please?
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Francie Snell, and I would like to reiterate on just a few of the many troubling issues involved in this plan. The first is regarding adequate staffing. Staffing is crucial in any treatment facility, and yet there seems to be no solid plan as to the amount of staffing or services that will be provided for these clients. We have little information on these individuals. Shipped in from other counties, we should be aware. What are their backgrounds? Do they have criminal histories? What exactly are their illnesses and to what degree? How can we provide these people with the proper care they need when we truly know little about them? Will the staffs be prepared to manage severe drug and mental health issues? A simple house manager will not be adequate. The center will require constant on-site care, not a part-time babysitter. Because without proper treatment, the likelihood of these patients falling back into their old patterns of behavior is almost certain. Location. This facility will be in close proximity to a tap room, wine tasting directly across the street. This presents an enticement to clients with substance use disorder, setting them up for failure. This also places this business in a precarious position of liability. Pedestrian travel. This location is unsafe for pedestrian travel. These patients need a safe location away from a busy thoroughfare that provides no pedestrian walkways. Due to several blind corners and stretches of roadway having little to no shoulders, these roads can be hazardous to any pedestrian activity and compromises the safety of both pedestrians and drivers. The substantial rise in pedestrian fatalities in this area over the past several years proves this point. And to access the closest public transportation, the occupants will have to walk over a mile along a busy road to historic Columbia for those services. Safety issues of property site. There are a number of various underground tunnels and mining shafts that run underneath the buildings and throughout the property, making the ground unstable and open to possible cave-ins. In addition to the unstable ground, the buildings on this land alone are unsafe and in desperate need of repair. This is no place to build a treatment center. There are far too many risks and too many potential victims to logically consider this plan. This whole plan is a recipe for disaster. By approving this plan, you're placing everyone involved at risk. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Other people like to speak?
Hello, Board. I apologize. I'm having some allergy issues today, so my voice is a little weak anyway. My name is Maya Davila. I'm the Secretary of the Columbia Chamber of Commerce, also the Secretary for the Columbia Area Advisory Council, also a resident, also a business owner in Columbia. Gotten an opportunity to hear multiple perspectives. Most of the community, I will say this, is very behind supporting a facility such as this. There are definitely concerns with the location. My background before officially retiring is I was a social worker specializing in child protective services as well as adult protective services. And our mantra to operate was to do no harm. Whatever you're doing, do no harm. And my concern with this facility and the plans moving forward is the plan is to prevent certain individuals from using this facility, and it will disqualify certain individuals from using this facility. It's not the plan as I understand it is not to wrap our arms around everybody that meets the criteria for these services. There is a specific criteria for people to be excluded from these services. So my ask would be to continue to look for facilities that meet the criteria to serve these individuals, but make sure we can serve everybody, not just a certain population, not to exclude people with certain criminal backgrounds, people with certain disabilities. As far as I understand, none of these houses are ADA compliant, so there's a whole nother population we're excluding. So if we're going to move forward, wrapping our arms around community members and trying to help them, which our Columbia community definitely wants to do, let's make sure it's in a proper location, that we can do this, that everybody can be involved. And let's not take vulnerable people and plop them into a space where people are obviously saying, we don't want this here, because it's not, maybe, I'm not going to say it's not planned appropriately, but there are issues with the planning. And again, following the do no harm, if you have a facility with people that are in desperate need of services such as mental health and substance abuse, you can't leave them without somebody there to talk to them. Because what happens at 5 o'clock when it gets dark, that's when their demons come back. And to not have anybody there to talk to them, to not have somebody there on site ready to handle a crisis, that is going to cause harm to these individuals. We are going to set them up for failure. So please find a facility, please find a location. I know Supervisor Brandon has mentioned several other locations. A lot of the community members have identified other possibilities, but this one is just not meeting the needs that this level of community needs. Thank you.
Would anybody else like to speak? Okay, sir, come on up.
Noon. Herb Tout. This county has to have a facility like this, but not this location. I think we're going to sink a lot of money in it just to bring it up to snuff. I went online this morning. Here's 3-bedroom, 2-bath factory home out of Sacramento. You can get 4 of them for $500,000. The issue is, I don't think any citizen in this county should be a neighbor to a facility it's an extension of the care court. I know you're obliged to house the people that go through the care court, or you have to house them or face a fine of $1,000 per day. They're not people that fit into the existing homeless shelters, if we call them that. And so they apparently need supervision. They can't care for themselves. How are they going to cook for themselves? So they need supervision, and they need to be around facilities. This manufactured home, how about at the Justice Center? It closes at night. There's no neighbors to disturb. They're around the corner from the Hospital Road facility. It won't take a long time. I think we're in business. So it's my suggestion. Thank you.
Would anybody else like to speak, public speaking on this item? I'm sorry, ma'am. You already spoke. I didn't hear what you just asked. No, I'm sorry. No, the person has to. Well, that's been in place for as long as this board's been around. Not just this board, previous boards too, ma'am. Thank you. Okay, I will bring it back to the board at this point. But first, before we bring it to the board, because some questions were asked, I would ask if staff can address some of the issues that came up. And some of them I think we may have heard before, but maybe perhaps some not. So if we could do that, please. Thank you.
I'll defer to Tammy for some of the operational stuff, but just to clarify, I know it does sound confusing when we talked about different numbers. There was 8, and then there was 3 more to be added, and then we talk about 22. So in regards to that, the total number with the Washington Street home, the Cabrini house, and then if we are going and moving forward with this purchase today, that would, those three facilities, those three homes would give us a total of 22. In regards to Parrots Ferry, we're looking at opening up that facility probably with, it could be less than that, but probably initially 8 people. And then as we renovate, as we talked about, that one house that's up front that needs a little more work than the others do, once that one is renovated, then we would be able to bring 3 more on site for a total of 11 on that Parrots Ferry site. So that's a clarification in regards to the numbers.
I appreciate that. That
No
was
problem.
important information. And additional ones.
To speak to, the type of facility, I want to be very clear, this is not a facility. This is not a locked operation. It is not semi-locked. This is a property that will offer affordable housing with supportive and housing navigation services embedded. We do in-home services, intensive case management within the individual's rented spaces. We are working on housing stability. They can very much cook for themselves. They shop for themselves, and those that might need assistance with transportation to grocery, we ensure that they are able to access the resources they need to maintain their households. By and large, they are treated, therefore stable. I think when I'm hearing different public speak, they are worried that we have people with active, severe symptomology. That's not the case. When we talk about severe behavioral health issues or diagnostics, it's simply a diagnostic. It means that somebody has the potential for being or experiencing intense symptoms, but those that live within our housing are, again, stable because they are active and engaged in care.
So just to clarify that, because there was some concern raised, this is not a treatment center, it's not a substance abuse program. We heard somebody earlier on talk about the process of somebody getting to this point, may have gone through a treatment program, but this is not. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you.
I have just a couple thoughts. I had a list here, but I don't know that it will cover all the questions that could be answered. I'll try take a stab at it. So security and safety concerns are a part of our concerns as well. We do anticipate increasing the fencing perimeter so that that is a little more private and safe. We do want to have some on-site like video surveillance, especially of the entrance to the entrance of the property, maybe some lighting additions. That's all a part of what we hope to do when we work with sort of the scope of work that needs to take place for the improvements. Again, this is a program, behavioral health in Tuolumne County serves Tuolumne County clients. So this isn't a facility, nor is it a house where people from other counties will be bussed in and live here. These are for clients who are already actively being served by behavioral health, that maybe for a time they went out of the county, but they're coming back and they need supportive housing. So just to be clear with that. Also, this is behavioral health housing, not homeless housing. It's similar, but not the same. And so these are not homeless people who are knocking on the door and all of a sudden they get a bed. It is not a shelter. It is not a homeless housing initiative. It is behavioral health supportive housing for people who are from our county that are working cooperatively through behavioral health with the supportive services from staff. The question did come up in the public meetings. Since there's only one establishment nearby who has a license agreement with alcohol beverage, whatever it's called, ABC, Alcohol Beverage Control. I didn't think we needed to bring it up today unless some of you are owners of establishments that sell alcohol legally. But it would be a concern of ours. Like the proximity to that is a concern. But we also know that people who are going to be here will be vetted, and it would be an appropriate placement. In terms of being in jeopardy of losing your ABC license, I did call our district director. So Tuolumne County has a district with ABC. It's in Lodi. And the individual there that I had the conversation with made it very clear that any establishment, it doesn't matter where they're located or what they're approximate to, that when they sell, either they sell the license or there's a transfer of ownership because of the sale of the property, that there's a public notification system where anybody in the community, whether they're residents or property owners or both, have an opportunity to speak into whether or not they agree with the sale of alcohol in that facility. So whether or not a specific type of housing, in this case supportive housing, is approximate to an establishment that has a license to sell alcoholic beverages. Again, this is not a winery across the street. They don't make wine there. It's a tasting room and a tap room, and so they get to serve alcoholic beverages. But the kind of housing I was told that is around them it doesn't jeopardize their ability to keep or get a license because it's just a normal part of the process to have public input and public notification upon transfer. There was one other one here that I'll find the notes, but I think others were taking notes as well. ADA. It is true that right now there are not the designated number of there isn't complete handicap accessibility on this site, but my understanding of the code after talking to our CDD folks here in the county is for supportive housing, we have a certain percentage of housing that has to be accessible. So not every room has to be accessible, but we have a percentage, it's 5% of all of our housing for a specific kind of housing that has to be accessible. So say we have 10 rooms for supportive housing, then 5% of those rooms have to be accessible. In that case, that would be hard to split out, but we'll be in compliance with that too, because we have to. And then I think everyone has the right to their opinion, but it's hard for me to hear people say that the property is in poor condition when I know that most of you haven't been on the property. The board members have been, by and large. We have been multiple times as staff. Licensed professionals who are doing inspections have been contracted to do those inspections and report out on those inspections. And so I think it's sort of disrespectful to the property and the property owners to say that, man, that place just really needs to be fixed up when people haven't been there to see it. It is not true. There are some maintenance things that came up in terms of, there are some improvements that need to be made and fix-its that came up in the pest inspection, but for the entire property, it was a minimal amount for all 5-6 of the buildings that are there. So I don't think that it is like a rebuild at all. There is some work that needs to be done, but it's reasonable considering the community we live in and the kind of pest work that happens normally and wood deterioration and those kinds of things. So I just wanted to say that we've been there a lot. There are certainly some things that need to be addressed, but there's nothing major happening.
There was, I think, a couple of people, one for sure, that mentioned the mine shaft issue again. If you could speak to that, please. You know, and a mine shaft, if it's there, can it be safely secured? And I think mine shafts don't necessarily stay within one property. They could go under multiple pieces of property potentially, but anyways.
Well, this is something unique to Tuolumne County or to Gold Rush communities, right? There's not a lot of places and other parts of the country that address these issues, and trying to prove away a negative is really difficult. So I'm not sure what to say. We know that the issue with the mineral rights is something that we have addressed. We have had multiple inspections, and there has been no evidence of any kind of instability of sort of surface areas or with buildings related to mining operations. It doesn't mean that, like some epic sci-fi movie, that someday the earth doesn't open up and swallow everybody. But and I know that's not that funny, but we don't know how to prove something that doesn't currently exist. There's lots of homes. The neighbors said that under their property there are mine shafts, and You know, we know that the openings are not obvious, they're not open, it's all been closed up. And there aren't a lot of regulations, if any, on how to handle this. So we had, like I said, our surveyor got involved in this, county council got involved in it, community development got involved in it. They may have more to add, and they're here if you need to hear more than what I gave you, but I think I'm giving you what there really is at this point. There's the mineral rights thing, which is sort of a title thing, or a rights thing. And then there's the issue of, did past mining operations detrimentally affect this property now or in the future? And those are hard questions to answer.
Okay, so I think you pretty much covered the additional questions, from the members of the public that spoke. So I'll bring it back to the board at this time for questions of staff. Supervisor Brandon.
You said questions?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, thank you. I had all my stuff lined up for comments. I wanted to ask within kind of what consideration was given when it comes to the Columbia community element. We mentioned that there's some statements in here that there's no historical resources. This is particular, I believe, attachment I, the CEQA analysis. This isn't a scenic corridor. This isn't a historic property by designation, a number of those things, and those are true statements. But within the community element, it has a number of things listing that we would want to see as a county, our statement, Parrots Ferry explored as a heritage corridor, that there's a historic nature to those things, that we'd want to support tourism adjacent businesses to it. So the question is related to, I think those are the ones that are the strongest related to this particular project. How is the Columbia community element brought into this process and considered?
That would be something that Quincy Yaley, your CDD director, needs to answer. She did the review and her staff. I don't know. She was supposed to be back here. Is she? Okay, she just stepped out. So if
Okay.
we can wait and ask her that question, that would be great. Yes, thank you.
So I can
Supervisor
repeat.
Brandon has a question for you. Thank you.
So the question is, within our general plan, we have the Columbia community element. Some CEQA exemptions were listed that were, I think, true. It's not a scenic highway. The building, it's not designated historic. I believe there's not an overlay zoning on it. True statements. However, within the Columbia community element, there's a number of things designating intent to explore heritage corridor status on Parrots Ferry, the historic nature of the area, supporting tourism adjacent buildings, a number of things that do qualitatively impact a project or a building kind of like this. So I wanted to ask how, when reviewing this for general plan compliance, was the Columbia community element applied when it comes to some of these CEQA statements?
Think about that for a second. Yes, the answer is yes, but it's, the CEQA exemptions the ones that were used don't necessarily tie to consistency with the general plan. They tie to more of the property being purchased and what it's being used for. So the project wasn't exempted. The findings for the exemption weren't based on the content of the general plan. The CEQA findings were based on where the site itself, the characteristics of the site itself, and on the operational aspects of the project and how that relates to the availability of CEQA exemptions in the state law that can be applied to supportive housing.
Okay. And then one question, it talks about, one of the things has been about the age of the building. So it's a weird framing in the document. It says 1965 for the main building, and the guest house was built in 1935. So the house was built in 1935, according to our records, and then made into a guest house once a main structure was built. But to my knowledge, correct me if I'm wrong, 1935 is just the earliest documentation that we have on that, not that that's when the house was built, correct? Okay. So there were some statements made with the CEQA exemption, specifically to one of them that, to my knowledge, you can't apply a CEQA exemption to a historic property, right? Historic designated.
No, that's not, I wouldn't say that. I would
Okay.
say that the way the CEQA code is written is that if a project is going to create a substantial change in a historic resource. So we use CEQA exemptions for things that are old often. Just because something is old does not mean that it's significant. Further analysis is usually done to determine whether or not, even if it is significant, if a project would substantially change that. So that's the language in the California Environmental Quality Act that the document that's in your staff report follows. Is not, it's not trying to ascertain whether or not it's significant. You would get a qualified architectural historian to do an analysis, and that's sort of the code sections are in the attachment to the CEQA document. But it's whether or not it would substantially change that. And it's our staff's assertion that using the property and the buildings for the proposed use would not substantially change the impact to a historical resource.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's
Sure,
my
no
question for
problem.
that. That would be very simple is we had in some of the stakeholder meetings, a discussion about an emergency number that was non-law enforcement. That's been brought up that will be established. Another was talked with other projects about having a regular meeting of stakeholders and adjacent property owners in the development of this. And then for a period of time, once basically it goes into effect, it's operational, to provide advice on anything, to know what's kind of happening. Is that part of the plan moving forward to include that?
Yes, to some iteration of what you've described, Supervisor, absolutely. We're always interested in public comment and feedback.
Okay. And my last question on it is the deliverables, again, was kind of listed. I have no doubt within that are answers to some of the things that I'd like to see written down that have been brought up. But I wanted to ask, why aren't those deliverables, rather than saying, yes, we've checked and looked through this, we've made a transportation plan, we've made a plan here, why aren't some of those available as part of reviewing kind of the programmatic process of this, of like how it's actually going to operate?
Well, I think in an effort to make it more user-friendly, almost all those deliverables, it's kind of a weird phrase, but, or word, are reflected in the FAQs in a little more common language. So I think they are, it's just not in an organized like chart or table or diagram or matrix. It's just meant to be that this is the work that was done so that your board could see that we tried not to leave any stone unturned and that the fruit of those efforts shows up in the FAQs.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Supervisor Haff.
Yeah, I just have one question, and that is going back to mineral rights, possibly a gold mine patent, that kind of thing. When are those questions going to be resolved?
Supervisor Haff, I would ask the surveyor if Warren is here to come speak to that. We have been working with him. At this point, we're not seeing anything that requires further research, but he is definitely more of the expert in explaining what the title report says.
Great. Love talking to Warren.
Good afternoon. Yeah, the title report does speak about the surface property is a placer claim, which is only surface rights. And then in an exception to it, it speaks about underground veins and lodes, which may have been discovered prior to the 11th day of May in 1876. So to the extent that that would be a valid progression, any exploration of adjacent veins could not disturb the surface. So there are protections in place if this 140-year-old claim were to surface, so to speak. So it doesn't appear to be a pressing issue as far as title goes for the surface.
So was there just a preliminary title done, or was it a full title?
No, this is the language for the grant of the surface rights. And it's been in place since the Douglasville mining district of about 100 acres was established in 1890.
Okay.
So it's a long-standing series. And in order to, as Mr. Van Buskirk knows, in order to develop mining under any claim, you have the State Department of Mines, which has to regulate and all the safety apparatus in place, and it's not an inexpensive thing.
And the federal government controls the patents, right?
That would be the Bureau of Land Management for actually, you have to show annual assessments of a certain amount to keep the claim valid, and no new claims are being issued
Okay.
in previously patented private lands. It would have to be in the forest, federal lands.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Kirk.
Main thing is, should the majority of the board move forward with this? I know at the other houses, we've had community meetings where we've gotten input on fencing and the surveillance. I heard some of that today. I just want to confirm, I know today's discussion about the purchase of the property. So after today, those conversations will continue, correct? Like we have with the others?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Supervisor Campbell. I have one for sure, and I was looking for a second one here. The one that there's been discussion about the traffic and, people clip right along on the road. I get that. But I'm maybe trying to get a feel for having this, once it's operational, how much traffic we might be creating. I mean, I know the families there now, they have 3 vehicles or whatever, they're in and out, but I'm trying to get a feel for what the difference would be.
Well, I described earlier that we would have transportation in the AM and afternoon, so there would be at least two times you would see vehicles coming in and leaving, coming back. I guess that would be 4 trips. Other than that, we intend to work with Tuolumne Transit to see if we can increase the public bus stop or opportunities to take advantage of the public transit. There are some individuals in our housing that have licenses and drive cars. We don't anticipate that being the majority, of course. So I anticipate that, it's, we have the vehicle trips for the property as a whole, and the average comings and goings as far as our case managers going to those sites or any of the others where they're transporting patients to various doctor's appointments and other supportive housing activities.
Okay, thank you. And I believe my other question had been answered previously. So I wanted to get these questions done with the board at that time because we just had public comment, we had answers coming from staff, and I felt that if we just jumped into discussing first, that we wouldn't have had the value there. So I want to bring it back to the board now for just general comments and discussion. So Supervisor Brandon, go ahead.
Sure, thank you. And I think having the questions and some of the answers there, that was helpful to go through some of the stuff. So thank you for that. First, I just wanted to say I'm sorry that everybody's had a very long day waiting here. And I'm sorry that happened. I know that this is a big way to come out of your time and schedule to be able to come speak, and I appreciate that. I appreciate everybody looking into this too. It's not just showing up to this meeting. Everybody here has been at meetings about this separately, looked into the property, lives next to it, a number of things. So what today I would like to ask for is a no vote by the board on it, but at least to delay, if not that, to release a more detailed version of the project deliverables that, again, I think have looked into a lot of these issues, but aren't really present in this. As I always say, trust but verify. I trust what the statements are made with the intent, but until it's written into a clear mitigations plan that this is what we're doing and this is what that means, a lot of that is subject to interpretation. And that makes it difficult, especially in explaining this to the community. I can say that, well, fencing or security is being considered, and I know that it is being considered, but I don't have a tangible thing to say, but this is what is being planned about it. Over 200 people have signed opposing this. We've seen the school, the adjacent property owners, the chamber, and the Columbia Area Advisory Committee consider this. and not recommend it. But I think you've heard from a vast majority, and at all the meetings I've been at, that actually this is a community that gets it, that has a lot of these struggles, that does identify that we need it. And I hope that we, in either case, take this as an example of maybe there are better ways to move forward these projects that fit into a concept that can leverage that intent to solve a problem, and not do so where that happens after a lot of friction and issues and lack of information and a feeling of lack of participation, even if all the boxes are checked on the county side. And that we'd be able to figure out a plan that leverages that more. The reason I'm asking for a delay on it is I'd ask to the board, if this is a project within your district, what would you expect to be the level of what you would like to know about how it would operate? I don't need to know how they're going to figure out cooking schedules. There's a certain level of nuance that's beyond it, but the minimum staffing levels at the facility like this, to me, is a foundational thing. If this was within your district and you can see some of the reasons it was suggested and yet had some concerns, what level of information would you be comfortable with? Some of the basics, and I'll try to cover this very quickly. I do have issue with the valuation of the property, even at 925, 94,000 per year for 4 years far exceeds the market. And that is money that is coming out of the grant that could also be going to improving the property. So that's a concern for me. I don't think it's apples to apples that this may be compared to other properties where they're fully designed rooms rather than some converted kind of units with it. But I think in the future too, the idea that the appraisal, major inspections, and some of these deliverables not being available in some capacity, where there's reasonable questions, makes for a concern. I still, with the CEQA document, and I appreciate that that was included and reviewed, it states some things that there's no biological, cultural resources, the scenic highway provision as an example. I understand that this is related to a specific site project, but where it comes into compliance with the long-term planning of the county in the Columbia community element, one of the handful of communities that has a community element, which is for the whole purpose of governing how communities kind of develop because it has special needs. It might not be a scenic highway, but it is a major collector of historic importance. It is maybe not a historic property, but it's an old property within one of the most historic communities we have that is based very much on that history, more than other communities. And I think, as the Chamber of Commerce president mentioned, there's just a lot of concerns on those things. I think there are some best practices we've found along the way, not to have them next to, for example, schools, not to have it be an eviction where it's replacing one type of housing with others. There are others that I would recommend, which is identifying properties that aren't on major scenic corridors or historic, because they do get complicated. And there are a lot of things in there that stir up a lot of concern from the community. So I think maybe the CEQA analysis doesn't cover that, and maybe its job is not to, but I don't know that I've really seen that quite addressed as an issue. Now, I think we probably have done our research on this and heard a lot of info, and I figure that everybody up here on the board basically has an idea of what they're going to vote for. I would request recommendations with this, and the same as any other project. I think it's important that the supervisor of the district be involved on an ongoing basis to figure out any issues and mitigate that with the community, and to, as best as possible, fix problems. And I would hope that I would have the support of the board in considering that. A few of the things, we mentioned the good neighbor rules. And again, that's an intangible I would like to see. We did carefully negotiate what are those when it came to some of the other projects. And there's a lot of what ifs, and we went through a lot of those what ifs. I would like to see that work not wasted on a project that is somewhat different and distinct, but characteristically, there's a lot of similarities. I think a lot of that is applicable of, again, the non-criminal, non-eviction criteria. I'd like to really see a tangible list of mitigations. Many issues have been brought up. I know we have an FAQ, but when we talk about security, what security improvements are we actually specifically discussing? Say with the Miners Motel as an example, one thing that came up was the pool. We were able to talk specifically about that type of improvement and the aesthetics along the front. I think that's really helpful because the pedestrian issues have been brought up a lot. We have a project, I know Supervisor Campbell's been working a lot on with TCTC to expand sidewalks in the area. That's a long-term goal, and that's going to be good for value-added improvement. Bus systems, we have that around Dial-A-Ride. I know all of that. There are flaws with those systems. What I wanted to bring up is the idea of like a shared use car might mitigate that issue for anybody who doesn't have a vehicle, can't wait for the bus, or the bus can't accommodate their schedule. That's a tangible thing to reduce pedestrian risks, or looking at the aesthetic commitments, which is a huge concern on that corridor. Maybe this can be a net improvement, similar to Miners Motel. That money could be invested to make sure that that actually looks better than what we inherited with it. Or the adjacency to the bus stops or to Inner Sanctum. Can something programmatically be done to make sure that the tenants are aware that they are not supposed to interact with those spaces? Whether we can make it a hard requirement or not, I don't view it as a big limitation on their freedom to say there is one place in the county that serves alcohol across the street that we do not want you going and walking over to on a regular basis. And then lastly, I would request that the board would direct 24/7 staffing. This is at a minimum somebody that, even if not clinical, is able to handle day-to-day issues as something comes up. This is a population with significant needs. Things can come up that are not able to wait, that are regular tenant things. I live with a lot of people. There's stuff that happens, and we wouldn't want one person relapsing or having any type of crisis to interact with the others. And I know there's an emergency line, but there are other issues that come up before it hits an emergency that can be dealt with by somebody that knows the people and has the responsibility and the training to be on there. Whether that's a staff person or somebody that is living there as an arrangement, or even if we're training one of the people there that can handle some level to manage it. I would really like to see something that says 24/7, there is somebody there to handle even the small things. So my recommendation there, add the rules, a clear mitigation list, and then 24/7 staffing, at least at a non-clinical level on the property.
Supervisor Haff, do you have additional comments?
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out where I want to start. I'll start with this. The last time we all got together, it was about a month ago, and I heard all about what a dilapidated condition this property was in. So you can imagine my surprise when I learned through visiting this site and investigating thoroughly that this property was in fact a very well kept up and cared for property. One home, probably the front home, probably requires more work and shouldn't have any housing in it to begin with, but the others are fine. And the inspection reports all seem to be in order, with minor maintenance repairs that need to be done. Thus, there was a renegotiated figure, a purchasing price that reflects the amount of work that needs to be done. It's about $15,000, $20,000 in that range worth of repair and maintenance. So I didn't see what the community was in an uproar about a month ago. I also didn't see any mine shafts or any evidence of harm that one would come by from the property through that kind of situation. However, there is one thing I struggled with, and it's probably been my biggest concern. I did talk with the owner of Inner Sanctum. We had a good conversation, and she had said she had called the ABC and found out that she would, if she sold the property, if and when, you know, in the future, if she sold that property, she was worried that whoever bought the property would not be able to have the same amenities that she has enjoyed and built on her property. And coming from a business perspective, because the first half of my career, over 22, 23 years, I come from a business perspective, and so that concerned me. And I asked Michael to investigate this concern. Now, she may have, I don't know how she couched the conversation with the ABC because I wasn't there, but what I understand is if you're talking about a treatment facility, it's one thing, but this is not going to be a treatment facility. It is not. It's a county-owned housing that they're going to sublet to people who are ready for the housing opportunity, and they're going to have case plans, personalized case plans that they're going to work towards. So it's not the same thing. And so in the case of business turning over, let's say Karen decided to sell the property, the new owners, the ABC would put out either transferring that liquor license, or if they got a new one, whichever way it works out, they would poll the surrounding area. The county would be one of those parties, plus you all, your neighbors. So I don't see that there'll be a problem if and when Karen and her husband want to sell Inner Sanctum to another party, because it just doesn't seem like it's going to be an issue. So I do want to ask that if the board decides to go this way, that we have a good neighbor agreement in place, just like we did for other housing. You know, that was more for the folks that are, you know, had been previously homeless and are working through their plans and are going up to the next best, better level. They have a good neighbor agreement that they sign. And I think we should do the same thing for this group of parties, of people. Okay, here's the crux of what I want to say. And this is really hard. My heart is hurting here. When all is said and done, there's a stigma here. I heard more than once, these people. Earlier today, we heard about Autism Awareness Day. Those are also these people. So are the homeless. They're referred to as these people. I'm really tired of this. This board has been through a lot trying to work out the specifics to help people get a leg up that want it. These are not homeless people that are coming off the street. They are people that have been working their programs and ready for a place to live with decency, to become part of a neighborhood. Referred to these people in terms of proximity to businesses, schools, children. I just want to say in closing, it seems to me there are a lot of assumptions by people in this room and actually in our community about these people. And I ask you each to search your own souls for where that comes from. We need to be a community like we used to be, where we put our arms around everyone. What happened to that? Did fear just totally take over, where it obscures our ability to be proper humans? I defer to the experts in behavioral health who actually know their clients and what they're capable of. And I'm going to be deferring to you in my decision making. Thank you.
Supervisor Crook, do you have any comments?
Ryan was looking at me like, you go first. I said, I don't care, you go first. And you just made me go first. Okay.
That's why we have a chair to make the hard decisions
right.
for us.
Okay, I wasn't here for the first meeting for the purchase of this. I don't know if it's for the purchase. No, it was just a conversation. I had to, like I said, I had to leave to go to a doctor's appointment. I will agree on one thing that Supervisor Brandon said, which was, and let me explain this a little bit, the idea that he thinks we need to have an on-site manager 24/7. The reason why I asked those ADL questions was because if we had people who needed prompting for basic life skills, again, this is your house when it comes to mental health, then I would think we would need a staff member. But since we don't have that type of population living there, I wouldn't say that we need a staff member per se, but it would be appreciative if down the road, before this should it get up and running, that we do have, like some of the other places, especially since there's so many units involved, that we do have somebody who is more of a responsible type person situation. Maybe they're much further along in their treatment, and you know they're almost to basically permanent housing, but instead they're going to stay there and help. You get what I'm saying? I definitely think that when this comes back, that's going to be a stickler for me. The transportation thing is still an issue for me. Obviously, you guys probably want to know where I land on this. Where I land on this is really, really simple. I think we're going to do a fantastic job of administering programs there. I think you guys are professionals. We're going to do the job. We're going to do it right. I think that this is going to come back for more conversations as far as beautifying it and getting these folks here exactly what they want as far as fencing, surveillance. We have to be good community partners, because just like we were discussing earlier when I brought up Prop 1, when is this ending? And kind of to Ms. Rotifer's same sentiment is this never ending? No, I know Prop 1 kind of changed some things, but the idea is, and my understanding is that we are basically getting to the end of this housing conversation, and it's going to be about programming and that dashboard that we have. We want to start seeing those numbers change and start seeing those numbers decrease. So I'm excited about that. But where I land on, at the end of the day, I was at lunch and I was just chewing on it, thinking like, what is the most basic principle that I keep going back to, and that's been since day one, is location, location, location. For me, these people, that's why I'm big on the transportation piece. If I'm a resident living there and I only have one transportation, basically one a day to get in, one a day to get out. People are creatures of habit, and they're social, and I've been big since day one on if I could go back and move Cabrini House to downtown Sonora, if I could move even the one off 108 that we just approved a little while ago, that was a stretch for me because it's still a little distance wise. I can't control the past. I can just say, if I could put any more housing anywhere, it would be close to services. So for me, this one's a little too far out for me, out of the way of services. I feel like we should be looking at stuff, again, closer to the city of Sonora for the grocery shopping, for the entertainment, for the hospital, for law enforcement, fire, all those things that I've discussed in the past. And so for me, I'm not going to beat anybody up. I'm not going to beat any board member up. If this goes through from this day on, I'm going to support it. Let's make it the best we can for the community. But the simple answer is, do I want to spend $1 million on this, or would I rather put it closer to the city of Sonora or in the city limits? Not because it's the city, but because that's where I believe the core services are. They're all real close, and that's where I would rather land on it. So today, I won't support the purchase, but if the majority does, that'll be the end of it for me, and I would look forward to seeing this come back and buttoning up all these community concerns, and maybe we can get the transportation piece better, but I would rather, I still think we can make it a good thing, but if you ask me today, my vote is let's put it somewhere closer to the city.
Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. And I did want to thank my colleague, Kathleen Half. I really, your comments resonated with me, and I share them as well. And I was going to say something along the same lines, though not nearly as eloquently. So I will let your comments stand and just say that I agree completely. Given the conversation we had earlier today and some of the things we've heard, but I will say that I've also heard a lot of compassion come out of the people that have come to speak today, that spoke at the last meeting, and that have sent emails. I've read them all. And we need to build on that point because, as we know, Columbia is a very strong and proud community. They're very organized. They help each other when there's an issue. And so I'm not at all surprised that community members would have concerns about a change that is essentially what this is a change in the community. But I think a lot of it is based on fear of the unknown and a lack of communication. And so that's something we need to work on. It's something that I've seen our county get better and better at as we've looked at different projects, no matter what they are, in the communities. But the main thing I hope people come away with is that while I'm not surprised that there's a connection with this particular housing unit, I'm not surprised that that's being connected with this overall discussion about homelessness, but we need to divide that. This is a completely different type of housing scenario. It's for a completely different population. We've been talking about behavioral health housing on the Board of Supervisors before I even got here. It's been an issue, and people have been looking for it. Before any of these conversations about homelessness started in earnest, we were talking about behavioral health housing. So just keep that in your mind, that this is not something new. It's something that's already in practice, and it's just an extension of what's already existing. And we've also been talking about higher density housing and infill projects for a long time, which this also checks those boxes. And so I say, we've made commitments to look at infill projects. We've made commitments to look at higher density, and we need to put our money where our mouth is. That's what this is. It's infill housing. And I just think, somebody is going to, I don't know what the plans are for the property owners, but presumably they're intending to sell this property regardless of what the county does. I mean, somebody will purchase it. There's a high likelihood that whoever purchases it will rent out those buildings, and then you'll have no say whatsoever in communicating with who goes in there. And I'll just point to the fact that in this very community, it's a residential area. There's a very large apartment complex that's less than a couple 100 feet away. There, right down the street, there's Habitat for Humanity. Right across the street from there, there's a mobile home park. So this type of housing is multi-unit housing is very consistent with the neighborhood. So I don't think it represents any substantial change to what the neighborhood looks like. So I've tried to kind of look at this in a dispassionate way. It affects an issue that is very near to me, but we have to think about what is the right thing to do for the citizens of our community that are consumers of behavioral health services, and what is the right thing to do for the taxpayer, because ultimately they're the ones that are footing the bill for anything the county does. So on that last point is what I want to talk about now. So a lot has been discussed about the price tag. It's a pretty big price tag. I will credit the property owners. They've come down on the price after our last discussion on the board, and so I think that's good. If you look at the median house price in Tuolumne County, it's $440,000. Okay, so this property is $925,000, and so if you divide, there are 4 houses on the property. If you divide $925,000 by 4, you get $231,250 per house. So it's lower than the median house price. Now, that's a median house price. It depends a lot on where the location is, what house it is, but just to give you an idea, the per house price is about half what the median house price is in the total county. So I don't think it's out of the realm of what is reasonable for the price of the property as our fiduciary commitment as county supervisors. And with the location, I mentioned that there are these other types of higher density housing in the neighborhood. I can guarantee you that there are consumers of Medicare, Medicaid services, behavioral health services in each of those communities already. You just don't know about it. The only difference here is that this property wouldn't be purchased by a private individual who is renting the homes in a private scenario. The difference is that the county would be the landlord. That's the only substantial difference to what we're talking about here. So in essence, I view this as an investment in the community, because it could just be purchased, low rent housing, just basic type of rental units, but instead the county is going to come in with grant funds to make the area better, make it function, make sure that there's a vetting process for the type of people that live there, who I might mention are also going to be paying rent to make sure that it's upkept in the future. And the way that it's going to be funded with the MHSA, which is it's 20 years, it's a 20-year-old program. It's very secure funding. The bridge grant is newer, but it's based off of funding that has existed for a long time. So the funding streams are very secure. So that's very encouraging for the long-term viability of it. So those, when I look at through some of the questions that community members have raised about it, I see some of those as issues. You know, there's traffic along Parrots Ferry. But any of those criteria that would cause me to pause and not support the staff recommended action, I could also take those arguments and apply them just about anywhere else in the county. There's no place that's going to be perfect. This is about as close as I've seen in the years that we've been looking for this kind of housing. So I'm supportive of what the staff has recommended. Some of the other things that were brought up, I think a good neighbor agreement is absolutely something that should be included. The full-time on-site manager, I almost think that well, and the good neighbor element, I think those are both conversations that need to come later, because right now we're just talking about the purchase of the property. So I think that's kind of extending a little bit beyond where we should be. We should be having more of these conversations with the community before we really nail this down. But a full-time on-site manager, my concern there is the funding. I do not want this to be costing general fund dollars. And so if we're adding to this project beyond what is already set out and what is normal, I would really have pause at that. So my main thing is that we're not spending general fund dollars, the Tuolumne County taxpayers' dollars to support things that are essentially state programs. So I guess that covers most of the points I had. This is, everybody, it's far from schools. It's far from the state park. It's far from most businesses. There's one nearby, but it is a residential area. So I think that as far as sites go, it's a good one.
Okay. So just looking over what my fellow supervisors stated here, I'll pull out a couple areas. We talk about trying to come up with things that people have concerns about, and so we're getting into this good neighbor type of policy again. As Supervisor Campbell said, we're not here today to decide that, but I think we as a board can certainly voice concern and direction to staff that we're very interested in ensuring that we have continued meetings with the public and address those as we've done with other projects. The cost, I think quite honestly, much too much is being made out of that. I saw areas where, properties dropped in half during COVID and people couldn't sell. And I mean, there was lots of different things going on, a downturn in the stock market in other years. It, costs can change dramatically. And the 24-hour staffing, again, back to the good neighbor type thing. One of the members, I forget who it was that said, we don't necessarily need we just need somebody there to be able to manage and look at and look after and take issues and pass them on to staff as needed to ensure. Excuse me, the property I agree to, I did tour the top property. I went through every building and I went through bottom to top, went up whatever some areas had, a little more difficult to access, but I wanted to see for myself. And yeah, it's, an aging building, but I lived in a house that was very similar to what I saw there for years and years. And many other people have too. This isn't, again, there's questions about the one house, the older home, that still need to be resolved, and I'd recommend no occupancy in that till we can sort that out. Not to say that we can't, because, it has had inspections and they went under the floorboards and they said there's no mine shaft that they could see visible under theirs. So you know, the bottom line is, you know, we as a board, we've taken very strong and not without cost and concern in the community, cost and concern amongst ourselves, that we had to deal with issues that had not had as much as attention as they should have had in the past. This includes homelessness. This includes things like this type of housing for behavioral health. I just hate it when, you know, I hear of some patients having to be shipped out of the county. You know, that's taken away from their loved ones. And if we can, you know, supply some housing here, that's great. We did the same thing with our youth when we talked about the juvenile detention center, wanting to keep them, you know, closer in. There's a cost associated with that too. If they're going out of county and maybe some of these costs and stuff, you know, we can keep looking at redirecting and supporting, again, the ongoing sustainable operation of these facilities. We've done other things, you know, we've got the other property, we're going to be supporting, you know, veterans and specifically, we're going a lot of directions here, and it's been not easy, but it's been positive and we're making progress. And so I'm glad to see that. So that's all I have at this point. I will look for a motion on this. I feel this is a good project, and I'll leave it to somebody to move
I'll make the motion, Chair.
So I have a motion by Supervisor Campbell. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was gonna.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a long. Do I need to read the whole thing or just, okay. I'll move that we approve the staff recommended action.
So I have a motion by Supervisor Campbell, second by Supervisor Hath. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed?
No.
Abstain.
Abstain.
Okay, so it carries 3-1-1. Supervisor Kirk abstaining, Supervisor Brandon voting no. The other three, we voted yes. So let's take a break. We'll take a 15-minute break and then resume. Okay, welcome back. It's been kind of one of those days where we've had to jump around a little bit. We are going to take our 1:30 p.m. one as our next agenda item, and then we'll go from there.
1:30 p.m. Item 1, public hearing to review and receive comments to rescind Resolution 110-23 related to the 2023/2024 State Community Development Block Grant Program and adopt a corrected resolution.
Okay, and this is a public hearing, so I'm opening the public hearing at this time. Please.
Great, thank you. Recently, Tuolumne County received a community development block grant for the project up in the Groveland Community Service District in the amount of $3,500,000. Associated with that was a resolution attached to the grant for us to be able to do all the administrative work. And staff sincerely apologizes. There was a mistake in that resolution. We need to correct it, and the mistake was my title. In the current resolution that your board approved back in December 5th, 2023, it hauled my title out as a Capital Improvement Director. Sounds like a nice title, but my title is actually Capital Projects Director. So because this was done through a public hearing, we need to make the correction through a public hearing. So I, again, apologize for this. I wish I could have just put this on consent for years. So before you today, I'm here to let you know that this mistake was made. We have an approved resolution for your board to consider. And at this point in time, I do have a voluntary sheet up here in case anyone wants to sign it if they come up with some comments. And I'm here to answer any questions after public comment.
Okay, thank you, Mary, very much. We've all heard the explanation. Any questions? I don't believe so. So we'll move to public comment. Is there any member of the public who would like to comment on 1:30 p.m. 1? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. I will close the public hearing. And I'll look to the board for a motion.
Chair, I'll move that we rescind resolution 110-23.
Second.
Okay, a motion by Supervisor Campbell, second by Supervisor Brandon. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstained?
Oh, not to be a butt. Yeah, but we also have to adopt a new resolution.
Thank you. I was going to stop you.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
It's a two-parter. Sorry.
Okay, gotcha. I appreciate that. So we get another look here.
I felt Sarah's energy change.
Okay, so what we need to do is see, are they two, is one motion?
One
No?
motion,
One motion, so we just need to
rescind and then approved.
rescind and
a
adopt
state-
the
yeah,
new.
New
Okay,
resolution regarding the same matter.
so,
Wait, what? So,
To rescind.
yeah,
just
we
read what
did.
you
I
have here.
closed it.
I'll move that we rescind resolution 110-23 to drafting error and adopt, what's the number, the new number? It's not in the
It
packet.
isn't
that's why.
because it needs to be issued by your board clerk once
Oh,
she's
okay.
done with it.
Okay, I'll move on. I was trying to be official, but I'll go ahead and move, I'll make a motion. We approve staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, so we've got the motion by Supervisor Campbell, second by Supervisor Brandon, and call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? Now we're done. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And again, sorry for the mistake.
No worries. Okay, we are going to move on to our 1:30 p.m. 2. Well, let me ask a question. Were you going to speak, Brian, on number 11? Were you going to present? Okay, I'm sorry. I thought Quincy was coming back to do that, so that's where the, let's go ahead and take that one first in. My apologies. We are going to move to number 11 on the agenda. And if the clerk could please read that item.
Item number 11, consideration of waiving the first reading of an ordinance amending Titles 15 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, amending Section 15.04.010B and adding Sections 15.04.020S and 15.04.020T regarding local amendments to the California Residential Code Appendix AQ and setting a second reading for adoption on April 16, 2024, categorical exemption pursuant to Section 15061B3 of the state CEQA guidelines.
Welcome. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Brian Bell, Community Development Department. Thank you for your time this afternoon. I will keep this as straightforward as I can for you. You've had a long day thus far. We're here today, of course, to discuss amendments to Title 15 regarding the adoption of Appendix AQ specifically. Appendix AQ is an appendix inside of the California Residential Code that provides for, basically, I'm going to identify it as the appendices does, tiny homes, but I want to make sure that I am prefacing that with not tiny homes in the sense that you might see on television or tiny homes on wheels, but homes that are tiny, maybe a better way to say it. So these are site-built homes that do not exceed 400 square feet. They provide for reduced clearances in head height, alterations to stairway obligations, and reduced loft obligations. Essentially 400 square foot homes that condense the provisions inside of those homes to provide for more area while limiting the footprint of those buildings and providing for a greater level of access when it comes to affordability and possible housing construction. Obviously, the Community Development Department recognizes that housing is of utmost concern to our community, and we undertake this proposal with that understanding and provide relative information that this meets the minimum life safety obligations of the building code. This appendices is adopted by the State Building Standards Commission. Is proposed by the State Building Standards Commission, adopted at the local level. And these provisions do still provide for sprinklers as a new home might, but the reduction in the materials and the other energies, if you will, that would be required to facilitate these homes is much reduced. And so it's with this understanding that we are proposing that we provide this as an option to those in our community who might want to build homes of this nature. That's the summary of the memo, of course, that I provided and the information provided in Appendix AQ. I'm more than happy to answer any questions you might have.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Supervisor Hath.
Yeah, I just had one. Where can these AQ tiny homes be built?
Anywhere that a single-family dwelling can be built. And this would also allow those, there's no prohibition for these being used as accessory dwelling units either.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Campbell.
One question. So it wasn't clear to me in reading this about the loft requirements being expanded. If you have a 400 square foot floor plan and a loft, does the loft space contribute to the square footage of the building? So you would need to have, would that square footage of the loft contribute to the overall square footage?
That's a great question. It does not.
Okay.
That's the main floor area. The loft itself does not count against that floor area.
Okay.
The lofts themselves actually have a reduction up to not less than 35 square feet, very small area, if you will, to be considered a loft. But that's, again, an exception to these provisions.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. Vindication, been yelling about tiny homes for a really long time since getting on the board, so I'm happy to kind of see this on here as a general housing solution for a lot of people. What I wanted to ask about specifically was, so you can build these, and thank you Supervisor Haff for that question, within an R1 zone. What I wanted to ask is, for environmental impact, we calculated roughly at 2.2 people per residence, basically, right? So these are obviously not 2.2 people residences. Environmentally, under our codes, are they considered the same in environmental intensity?
Well, I would clarify a bit. From an occupant load perspective for the building code, specifically your efficiency dwelling units, your studio apartments, if you will, they're currently already have a threshold of 220 square feet. The minimum allowable square footage for a single family dwelling under health and safety code is 150 square feet. So there are a lot of provisions. You typically add approximately 100 square foot per person above that. So the 400 square feet itself does accommodate 2 persons, maybe a little plus. Keeping in mind, of course, that you do have to account for your restrooms and your closet space, things of that nature. So to answer your question more directly, it does not affect any differently than any other home would.
Okay, and I was actually, I guess, asking the other way, that if you have R1 zoning, you can do 6 dwellings, and we're assuming that that's about 13 people or so at a maximum density. If we allow this, would they be able to build on a 1 acre R1 parcel, say 12 or 13 of these, presuming that that's the same amount of people? I guess that's what I wanted to get at. Are we able to define that to say that there is no environmental difference really?
I don't know that it's been looked at from that perspective. The current zoning would restrict the number of dwelling units,
Right.
As I understand it, not necessarily the number of persons.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Kirk, do you have anything? Okay. Yeah, so 400 square foot can allow a couple of people. It'd be a little cozy, but you know, we're going to make the best use of that loft to help alleviate that. So, yeah, just looking to see how this is going to, you know, help our community in trying to move forward with projects. You know, so can you describe a little bit on the streamlining, you know, why?
Well, again, it's not necessarily proposed to be streamlined at this point. It would follow our typical building permit process. It is something we could look at in the future as we recognize these becoming prevalent, if you will, such as ADUs. But the overall cost, I guess I would say, is greatly reduced. Obviously, the more square footage you have, the more cost exponentially is applied to that home. The reduced ceiling heights to 6 foot 8 inches, whereas the minimum height in a standard home would be 7 foot for habitable spaces. The reduced head heights in the loft areas, not less than 3 foot, and gabled type, into flat roofs. If you have a gabled type roof, it's reduced even further to not less than 16 inches in one space of that loft area. So you can imagine the use of a lot of
Okay,
condensed spaces.
so there's good things that can come out of it, and it's new to us. So I don't have any other questions. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for any further comments, or let's see, what are we doing here on this one? Is the first reading of the ordinance, so.
It's only going to provide the comment that if there's any opportunity with upcoming conversations about zoning, which I know does define it by dwellings, I think one way to make sure this isn't just a code update, but this is something that people can actually implement. We have a lot of weird properties in the county where you can't really fit very easily with all the requirements a full home. But you might be able to fit two little tiny ones like this on a piece of, diagonal property. If we can revisit that discussion, if we're able to say that 12 single occupancy equals 6 single family normal homes in the equivalent basically number of people and allow for, say, a zoning overlay, I think that could have a tremendous impact on providing what is private market, naturally affordable housing in the community. But I think that would have to be a zoning overlay or something like that. So I just wanted to throw that comment out that I think that'd be a great path to explore. I'd be happy to make a motion if there's no other comments. Move on staff recommendation.
I'll second it.
Thank you. So motion by Supervisor Brandon, second by Supervisor Ha. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you all very much.
So if the clerk can please read our 1:30 PM 2.
1:30 p.m. Item number 2, consideration of adopting resolution 19-24 for the fiscal year 2024/2025. That includes a project list as per the Road Repair and Accountability Act 2017 for road maintenance and rehabilitation account RMRA expenditures.
Okay, good
Good
afternoon.
afternoon.
Thank you. Kim McFarland, Director of Public Works, and with me is our Assistant Director, Blossom Scott Heim, and our Agency Fiscal Officer, Janelle Koslevy. So while we are here to get the board's approval of the SB1 project list, we thought it would be a good time to also provide a brief road report for presentation purposes only. So the memo before you is to consider adopting the resolution as our board clerk read. And it's done every year. The county is required to submit a project list for maintenance by July 1st as part of the requirements in order to receive the RMRA funds. The list is reviewed and confirmed by the California Transportation Commission as eligible projects for funding, and then the CTC notifies the State Controller's Office, and Janelle usually finds out before the rest of us, and the State Controller releases the apportionments to the cities and counties that qualify. But we will come back to the memo at the end of the presentation. So we'll go forward with the road report, and then we'll bring it back to the resolution.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Just our public works vision hasn't changed in many years to provide exceptional services to our community and visitors, ensuring Tuolumne County is a desirable location for future generations. And our agenda on the road report really is to give you a funding overview reminder, a briefing on what is road maintenance, the various capital and storm projects completed on the books, and our next steps. So Public Works is comprised of multiple divisions, but over half of the 60 employees are dedicated to road operations and projects. As a reminder, we have a few funds in Public Works. With the exception of the general fund, these funds are restricted and must be used for their intended purpose. For example, the airport fund can't be used to pave a county road. Our main source of funding is gas taxes, and they are restricted to county-maintained roads. So even though we'd like to go out and do lots of extra work, Janelle keeps us honest, we have to stick to county-maintained roads. As far as the gas taxes, the yellow paint can is SB1 and the highway user tax account. These are all gas taxes and vehicle registration fees, and they are highly restricted, county roads only. Then we also have our federal and state revenue grants, which is the Highway Bridge Program, the Highway Safety Improvement Program, and Congested Mitigated Corridors, perhaps. Air quality, thank you very much, Blossom. And then we also have the Regional Surface Transportation Plan and the Secure Rural Schools, the other brown paint bucket. But basically what we're saying is the road fund is really restricted, and really it's quite different than the general fund, which has some discretionary uses or permissibility. I know that you have seen this before, but it's again a good reminder for the public that the vast difference in SB1 and HUDA allocations between counties really disproportionately favors population over maintained miles. As you can see, Alameda County has 1.6 million residents with only 490 miles, and similar cases for Solano and Ventura County. All of their PCIs, by the way, are in the high 60s. Tuolumne County has many more miles to maintain in a much more adverse climate, and yet we get only a fraction of that SB1 and HUDA. Our road maintenance team covers everything from ditching and drainage complaints to patching, plowing, and culvert replacements. There is very seldom sufficient funding to cover paving work, but when we do, we will go out and pave. I added the snow removal numbers that Janelle provided us because I thought it was pretty interesting that we've spent about $1 million last year from just snow plowing. So the capital fund is project specific and most often grant funded. The engineering staff apply for many grants, which can be very time consuming, from gathering public comment, conducting outreach, doing preliminary designs and data gathering on top of the application completion. Sometimes we're lucky with the awards, such as the Jamestown Active Transportation Program grant and last year's various Clean California grants. And other times we put a lot of effort into these applications and we're not lucky or successful, such as Dodge Ridge Road and Pinecrest under the Federal Lands Access Program. The Storm Fund is also project specific and is funded through Cal OES and FEMA. These projects require a great deal of time meeting with Cal OES and or our FEMA staff to conduct site visits, prepare specific documents, respond to requests for more information, and at times additional site visits. These storms always have a match. So storms for 2017, 2018, for instance, our match was $3.5 million. Hopefully you can see this. It's a really great table put together by Janelle. Despite the storms hitting last year and creating a lot of extra work for our Public Works team and OES, Blossom and Mike Cagnetti and their teams were able to get quite a few projects completed with the help of board-approved one-time funds. This table here identifies the project and the funding source. So it might be a little difficult to see, but for instance, Q and Mill and Jamestown Road, the board approved the use of American Rescue funds, and that was those were great projects. Merced Falls and Lions Bald Mountain under, I think that was the Local Assistance Tribal Consistency Fund. So all of these additional one-time funds, Blossom and Janelle, I think you said it raised our PCI a couple of points. So it's making a difference. And I think that the folks that obviously live in these areas are pretty happy with the final product. We'll talk about Tuolumne Road. That is still a work in progress. We can answer any questions about that at the end of the presentation if you'd like. So overall, we've done about almost $9 million worth of projects. The three here, I'll just highlight this. Even though it looks like it is general fund contribution towards these storm projects, that's because we don't have the FEMA reimbursement yet that would go back into the general fund. So as a reminder, the old Priest grade repair work was expedited by Blossom and her team in the fall, while other roads unfortunately are still closed. The repairs were covered by the general fund until we received the FEMA obligation, which is still pending. And this was another one that Blossom and her team expedited, getting Tuolumne Road North open until final repairs are completed. The phase 1 work with the horizontal drains is done, and the more technical, expensive phase 2 will be completed sometime this year, provided FEMA obligates the project. Recently, we've been working with the strategic planning team and produced a draft version of the Charter Public Works road projects for this year. By improving transportation infrastructure, which includes roads, transit, and sidewalks, we are supporting economic growth and development. The projects we anticipate completing are as follows: the Jamestown Main Street Clean California Grant Project, Crystal Falls reconstruction, Middle Camp Sugar Pine repaving, Marsh's Flat First and Second Creek, the Twain Hart storm drain replacement, I-Bar, Wards Ferry on the south side. We will talk about the north side in a minute. Monoway operational safety, Jamestown Road reconstruction, and of course, completing Tuolumne Road chip seal project. Additional pending storm projects are the 2 culverts on Miwoo, the culvert on Willow Springs, Tuolumne Road North Slide Phase 2, the 6 slides that are on Wards Ferry North, Yankee Hill Road, Marsh's Flat, Buchanan Slide, and the Lava Road, which is the one that slid into Twainhart Drive. So this is Blossom's War Board. We showed you this last year, and this is what it looks like now. You can see some red check marks. A huge accomplishment, really. It doesn't look like a lot's been done, but a lot has been done, and I just wanted to give her a shout out and the rest of the team. These are the current grant-funded capital projects. We don't usually come and announce when we've received a big grant, but you're talking about millions of dollars that our engineering team brings in every year. And it goes towards bridge projects and safety improvements. And as we said, though, there's just very few grants available for doing paving projects. And I'm not quite sure what happened to this slide, but despite all the good work that's been done, we're still in a difficult situation with years of deferred maintenance and aging infrastructure. The clock keeps ticking on these roads, and the PCI will continue to decline if we don't keep chipping away at it. Obviously, what we really need is a one-time investment in our roads to get them in the condition where they can simply be maintained, as it's much more cost-effective to maintain a road in good repair than to let it fall in disrepair, requiring expensive reconstruction. But we know the county does not have an extra $300 million lying around, so what can we do locally? So we've put a few steps here, what we're doing and what we think we might be able to do in the future. So performing more overlays where it makes sense. Not every road is a good candidate for an overlay. With force account under the Road Commissioner Authority where possible. Chip sealing where appropriate. Chip sealing is still a cost-effective measure to buy more life out of a road. Cape sealing where appropriate and when funding is available. Thank you very much, Supervisor Goldenberg and Supervisor Brandon for bringing those Cape seals to our attention, and perhaps everybody that was on the board actually had some say in some innovative technologies. So with the converted pothole patcher, which I believe was Supervisor Kirk and Supervisor Campbell, we have been able to do a lot of pothole patching with hot asphalt. However, we have switched it up from the trailer-mounted truck into a truck-mounted pothole patcher. So it's going to be a little bit more maneuverable. Before, we wouldn't be able to take that big trailer. It was so heavy on steep grades and into really tight cul-de-sacs. Now it'll be ready April 12th, and we'll be able to get it into more local roads, smaller, shorter local roads. And then we're going to continue to make wise equipment investments like the masticator. That was a great idea. I just talked to the acting road superintendent, Spence Stoba, and he said that the work that would normally take a crew anywhere from 2 to 3 days is now down to 1. So that's greatly improved our efficiency. We're going to continue the road maintenance schedule of the last few years that was under Mike Vignetti, emphasizing drainage and ditching. I mean, really keeping the water off the road is key. And then with all of your help, we hope that you guys will continue to lobby the state for a different allocation formula for rural counties. I know that Supervisor Half has been really involved in that as well as the rest. And Blossom and I have also been lobbying hard at the County Engineers Association. So maybe we'll see some movement because we are not the only county. I mean, you've got Lake County, Sierra, there's lots of Mendocino, lots of rural counties that are in the same boat. And then, of course, the idea of the local sales tax measure. So I won't read everything because you've seen this before, but there are additional benefits to a tax measure other than keeping the funds local. Many competitive grants score higher points to agencies that can contribute a local match. And while it may not seem like a much, an extra couple of million in paving would make a difference to the users, as we've seen this year with the one-time funds on special projects. So that really concludes the road report presentation and brings us back to the task at hand. And we just need you to vote on the SB1 resolution that's included in the board packet. It is something we do every year. The projects can be switched out. We've only had one time where we had a project that was, and it wasn't really a project, it was a request for Wi-Fi. I thought it was the tablets. It was a request for Wi-Fi and the state rejected it. But otherwise, our our list is approved and we have some wiggle room to change it up, correct? So any questions?
Yes, so with the board, questions? Supervisor Brandon?
Great, thank you. On upcoming projects related to the slides, I didn't see Italian bar on there.
Oh, I think we have,
Was it on there?
let me get it.
Okay.
Well, can't you see it on this list? No.
It was on the previous one too.
One more.
There we go.
Oh, okay, I was looking
Is it
at
not?
the next one then, thank
Oh,
you.
wait a minute. Did I mess up?
On the following slide.
These are additional projects.
Okay.
Which one are you looking at, Blossom?
This one includes iBar.
Oh, yeah, there it is. See, it says Italian bar. That's what was throwing me.
Great. I just want to ask, are there any opportunities, we kind of talked about over the few years, but thinking like the skunk works, right? Beyond the revenue of what we're talking or something major changing within the state, do we have any process where, say with our transportation committee, we're looking at, are there any roads that can be abandoned from the public easement? Are there any areas like, I know some of the roads that are adjacent to Columbia's Main Street are in bad condition. They're not really roads, they're really more sidewalks that are paved with asphalt. That we could reclassify that in some way that then is able to get funding. I mean, are there any of these things that can reduce that burden over time?
You want to take that? I don't know if we.
And I guess the point is not specifically those options, but are we kind of talking about any of these, you know, strategic things that we could do that basically reduces the burden of kind of what we have to end up dealing with on some of these? Or
So some of those projects that you're talking about, I think would be things that qualify under active transportation or special grants. If we don't, I don't think we want to take roads out of the county maintained system right now because then it reduces our mileage for the gas taxes. But I hear what you're saying. The roads are quite poor in Columbia and they are primarily pedestrian now. So it's something that we can keep thinking about where it would qualify for a different grant.
okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
Supervisor Campbell? Do you have anything?
Just did Big Hill Road appear in any? Is that on the
It's not on our list. Big Hill. You said Big Hill.
Big Hill?
Big Hill is not on the immediate list.
Okay,
I mean, it's on the list, the list.
the board, the big.
It's
board.
not on this list.
Okay. All right. Well, the reason I bring it up is that that was one of the discussion points that we had during our board retreat. So there's a conversation to have about that.
There was 2 board members that were quite interested. Yes.
Yeah, Blossom just reminded me that we did have a big project when we brought to the board that table under LATCF. And that was when we selected Merced Falls and Crystal Falls. There was a project, because Big Hill's quite large and it had a big dollar number. And so it is on our list of projects to do. It's just, what was the dollar amount? Does anybody remember? Was it about 6 million?
Sounds 6 to 8.
It's a big number.
6 million?
Mm-hmm. It's a long road. Lots of work.
Can you do it in years, like same things?
Yes.
Yeah.
They could. Yep.
Yeah, I think that's how we were talking about it, was, you know, just looking at the parts where most of the.
At least
people
try to hit the most populous areas. And there's some really, as you're well aware, some.
There's
pretty
large
rough-
sections that are kind of.
Yeah.
I don't want to say in the middle of nowhere, because then somebody who lives out there is going to say, hey, but there are definitely ends of it, both of the far ends of Big Hill have much more population than the middle. So
Okay.
something to consider.
Okay.
Are most of these selected through Street Saver?
Yes. Yes, they're data driven. I mean, complaint driven to some extent. And the board selected different projects, of course, under LATCF. But yes, we primarily pick based on Street Saver.
Supervisor Heft, do you have anything?
No, I just.
Okay.
Oh,
Just-
do you want, is that an eye chart? Do you want me to move it?
No, you made a comment about doesn't look like much. Heck, it looks like a lot.
Well, I meant, so you have to, she made very modest red, I would have been like highlighting all those things that are completed or partially
Oh.
done. But yeah, the red check marks show a lot of progress.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
Supervisor Kirk.
Yeah, could you go back to the suggested things moving forward, like with chip seal and what was the
Oh,
slide?
hold on. I know what slide that was there.
So I get that there's a process, and I kind of alluded to this maybe a few weeks ago. I get that there's a process with SB where we have to, there's software and we have to identify things via the software and then submit it to them and then they approve and then there's funding and then we can do the projects. My question is really, really simple. It's almost like dumb simple. Would the SB1 allow for us to do a lot of these next steps? Can we push the envelope and say, we're going to take this million, instead of doing a road project that your software has identified and said, recreate this half-mile street. And instead we're going to take that money and we're going to go do 10 miles of overlay in everybody's district who've never seen pavement in 20, 30 years. Could we do that? Or is it the program set up to where we absolutely can't do that?
No, we can do that. I mean, you are the board and you can, as long as it's a state approved, the state controller approves it, paving is one of those things. I will tell you where the limitation is on that.
Yeah.
Is the road commissioner's authority. Remember, public contract code is what limits the amount of work we can do. Unless you're talking about contracting it all out, then you're talking about a bigger number, but,
In that, okay.
or we could do a split.
And there's a
You could do
magical
some-
number.
There is. You could do perhaps a split between force account and putting stuff out to bid.
Okay.
Yep.
I think, excuse my naivety, if that's a word, I think it is. I think where I'm starting to go with this is, there's so many rules and there's so many, you can only contract so much out and there's so much convoluted in this. And all I know is our constituents don't understand it. I don't understand it to the fullest amount, but how do I get more overlay? Like if I'm in Miwok and there's a main road through Miwok, how do I get that address? If there's a main road in Tweenhar, if there's a main road in Ponderosa or one of our districts that are like, you know what? If we could just hit these 2 miles of roads, constituents would just be ecstatic. I'm kind of to the point where I kind of want to push that and see what those options are. So how do we have that conversation? Because I get that this is here before us. Is that something we do now? But like I'm ready to just say like, you know what, scrap those $2 million worth of projects. And how do we do that to where we can get 10 more miles of overlay done?
So, well, this is, like I said, the SB1 resolution. No, that's okay. I totally understand. And County Council, did you want to, I just saw you do something, so I thought, uh-oh, what have I said?
I just wanted to make sure I'm understanding your question. Can you hear me? And understanding that the public contract code does have a provision for overlay of less than 1 inch, and that's being classified as maintenance. So that has different, that can be done by force account. It has different bidding requirements. So if it's under 1 inch of overlay, that's
Let's
classified
do an
as
inch.
maintenance.
Let's do an inch and 1 centimeter then.
Yeah, an inch and 1 centimeter, that would be, you have to go out to formal bidding if it's over that.
Unless it's under the road commissioner's authority.
Commissioner's
so
authority,
under-
or it's complicated.
So the question, and if I can
Yeah,
paraphrase,
sure.
would be,
Help me out.
what portion of the roads can we effectively make improvements to with an inch of overlay? Like what share of the total 610 miles of road would that work for? Because we can do that without having to go awry of the force account.
So what I would say is we have some obligations with some projects right now and the SB1 would have to cover some of these things, say like storms and so forth. But what I would recommend is that the next Public Works Director comes back here with a list of viable projects, because not every road is a good candidate for an overlay. And are you game with this? I'm kind of. Yeah. Okay. So I should have probably consulted with her first. But anyways, what I would say is they come back with a list of projects that would be good candidates for overlays, because some of them are not. And then the board can decide. Of course, one-time funding definitely would help. We could always come back and say, look, this is a list, but this is all we have left after we take care of this. You know what I'm saying?
What about this? What if we had a better understanding of how much overlay we could do with X amount of material? Because I hear that you're saying some roads aren't good candidates. And I don't want to push that aside, but part of me too is like, well, I hear you, but I also want, there are some roads that, and I'm sure in each one of our districts, that if we could get some sort of overlay or some sort of love on, I don't really care what the computer software. I go out there, I walk it, I drive it, I see it. Even if that means we have to do, I guess what I'm trying to say is it'd be nice for me to know how much work could we do with X amount of materials, with X amount of dollars, and then maybe let the board have an ability to speak into what roads we would like to see addressed. And
Well, and not just to kind of, I'm going to speak for Public Works now, which is, I shouldn't do. But this is kind of the conversation. It's complicated to determine, okay, like you take Standard Road, for example, you know, you've got 4 to 6 inch ruts on Standard Road. It's not going to be fixed by a 1 inch overlay. So that's going to be a much more costly project where you're going to have to hire contractors. It's going to be excess of $1 million. So if we're saying we're only going to do 1 inch overlays, that means that roads that are beyond repair of a 1 inch overlay aren't going to be repaired at all. And so they're going to get worse and worse to the point where they're almost unusable. And so it's like this balancing act of how many of our eggs do we want to put in these big baskets versus how much can we portion off to the smaller baskets where it's just making roads that are in fairly good shape but need some love, fixing them versus completely repairing the terrible roads.
I think I hear you're saying.
That's the difficulty of it. I mean,
I know.
I'm not saying you're wrong or anything.
I know.
I'm just saying
I think what I'm learning is
that's
there's,
what I struggle with.
there's
every
1,000 ways to skin a cat.
day. Yeah.
And I feel like at some point, our biggest gripe that we get from constituents when we run for office is roads. And we're putting our money towards it. We got great staff engineers, people, boots on the ground. But at some point, I feel like it would be great to have to know those numbers. And like if there's 1,000 ways to skin a cat. It doesn't mean we have to reconstruct a road. Maybe we just do a dig out of that one rut. I don't know. I just know that I would like to know what those options are. And I've been hearing about them for years, but I'm honing in on it more because the longer I sit here, the longer I'm like, we're never going to get that $300 million investment. And I'd love to put an overlay in certain parts of my district. I'm sure any of us would like to because we know they will never get touched. And so to me, it's kind of like screw the software, screw the process. I just want to get some overlay done on some roads.
So Supervisor Brandon, you had another?
Yeah, thank you. And your comment brought up a good little quip in my head, which is the 1,000 ways to skin a cat, but the cat's not going to like any of them.
Right.
Yeah. Anyway, I wanted to ask because so we got eight things here, and 1 through 7 or 1 through 5 of those is just making good year-to-year decisions, which is great, but it's not really fixing the problem. It's kind of just doing the best way we can. The road schedule maintenance for ditching and all that is looking forward a little bit, but again, not really solving the fundamental problem. And fingers crossed, number 7 works out. The state decides to change that, but it works in favor of the areas that have large populations, which also have all the legislative power. So I think we should continue to push on that, but I'm pretty skeptical that will change. So looking at the last one, you talked about the 300 million needed to get to 70 PCI by 2042. I wanted to ask, what does it look like in terms of an annual allocation? We have local sales tax. What would we need to, I know last time we looked at the PCI stabilization needed. What would we need on an annual basis in a sustaining way to hit that up to 2042? How many millions per year?
We spent about 3 million last construction season, and that brought our PCI up 2 to 3 points. So not only did we not go down, we started to head back up again.
2018, we're holding, so
Yeah.
2018, we were at about 33 for a PCI, and we're still at about 31, maybe 32. So considering over those 6 years, we should have been greatly declining. I'd say that some of these things are actually working. But Blossom will tell you that the 300 million is something you wouldn't obviously be able to get that all done at once. And so over how many years it's going to be?
We haven't looked at kind of how many years it takes us to get back up there, but I know with that kind of 2.5 to 3 million a year, that would help tremendously, those one-time funds. Our gas taxes are declining a lot because of zero emission vehicles.
I'm
and
just
stuff
saying, you
like
said
that.
300 million, 2042, that's 18 years. If we
Yeah.
were to put in at the level, actually beyond the level what we've been doing, because that's been over like three years. So that'd be 3 times what we've been doing so far. At 3 million per year for 18 years, we're talking about 54 million, which is 1/6 of what's estimated to be needed by that point. So that's, I guess, would be, it's the total 18 million then that we would need to hit the 2042 goal?
I can run a scenario on the software and get something back to you, but it certainly, that 2.5 to 3 million a year keeps us going up instead of down.
Okay, thank you.
It arrests our decline and pushes us up into the right direction.
All right. So, good discussions here. Trying to figure out where to go with this. I did have one question on the Cape Seal. Has it been down long enough that we can get some sort of report card? And I'd like to hear that.
Yeah, I don't know that we've done an actual inspection yet, but it has been holding up very nicely.
Okay.
Both in Willow Springs and on Jamestown Road.
And if I recall correctly, that was roughly 2/3 of the cost of a full overlay or something. I don't remember. I remember we talked at the time that.
I think it's closer to 1/3, possibly even 25%.
So,
because Jamestown Road was in that 350,000 range, and that was a mile. We're looking at well over $1 million for a mile of reconstruction now.
okay, so 1/3. Okay.
Yeah.
And we haven't, we did one a little bit higher elevation, but not really in snow country, right? Didn't we?
Willow Springs.
Yeah.
So they get a,
and that one is,
yeah,
any difference there? That's holding up well?
it's holding up nicely, yeah.
All right. So, just listening to the comments and conversations here, I agree, and, Supervisor Kirk really hit some of the points that I was, thinking about is where to go. The list here, there's good projects on there, but I'm wondering if we can have more impact, in individual areas by looking at some of the things that he was, with the overlay side.
So this is a preliminary list. Under item number 2, you have a lot of our maintenance activities. So this is what our road crews do every day. Striping, surface treatment program, spraying, culverts, traffic signals. That pays for our ongoing maintenance. The list under number 3, we are using the SB1 as the local match for existing grants that have time-sensitive deadlines.
Okay.
So, like the Red Hills Road, the second one, Jamestown Gateway, that has to be completed this year. So after we get some of these grants off the books and we deliver these projects, we'll have some more flexibility with the SB1 dollars.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, where Supervisor Brandon was headed was good, right? To take a look at this and see what kind of game we're getting. You're already going there, and but plot it out, and if we're asking, we're going for the sales tax revenue measure, we should be able to have good solid information to put out there so that people understand, what we're trying to do. So
Yeah, we'll run some scenarios over the next week or two and kind of see what that looks like and kind of what the PCI projections look like with some extra funding.
all right. I'm gonna call for public comment here. We haven't gone there. Is there anybody that would? It's gotten kind of quiet out there. All right, I'll bring it back to the board and just kind of. I'm not sure how collectively. I mean, how do you guys feel? Are we there yet?
I think collectively,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I think what we have is good. I think what I'm trying to get at is to kind of get out of the box of this. This is my 5th one, and I'm just starting to think like, how do we get more bang for the buck? And so if a mile, what would you guys say, a mile of reconstruction is $1 million?
Yeah.
Reconstructive?
$1 million plus.
$1 million plus. What would 1 inch or under per mile be?
I don't have good numbers.
Just a guess, that's fine.
We did a 2-inch overlay under Road Commissioner Authority, and that was about $230,000 a mile.
Okay. So if we did 1 inch and it was, that was 2 inches. So I guess
Yeah,
I'm
that
trying to
was
say
2
is
inches under road commissioner authority.
that's 5 times the bang for the buck. And if it was 1 inch, at half that, 10 times. So I'm just trying to, it would just be great to know. I completely get that we got things on the books. We got to close these out like Tuolumne Road, those things. I think if the board's in agreement, I don't know when, if it's this year or next year, but if we could have an update, it'd be great to know as those things come up, if those are opportunities or, again, I'm just trying to hone in on this. I'd like to get more done, even if it's just for a short season, to kind of test that out, to get 10 miles of overlay versus a mile of reconstruction, or 8 miles of overlay for reconstruction. And it, not just me, but if we could all kind of have an opportunity to just dive into our communities that, you know, I get the software program, but a lot of us know, like I said, I brought up the example of Miwok or Sugar Pine or Sierra Village or Tweener. I know there's a few roads where it's like, man, if you gave each one of us 5 miles, like I could strategically come up with some good spots that would really appease those communities and help us all.
If you find the funding, we will pave it.
I want to weigh in
Supervisor,
here. Yeah.
please.
Because I haven't spoken yet. I think there's merit in saving some roads that are starting to be on the verge. They're getting cracks. They're having plants grow through the cracks. They're going to go. But right now, they're salvageable, and you could do the crack sealing and a small overlay and save that road. And I've got lots of those in my district. So I would like to know, for the next time you come in front of the board, how much on average would it cost with everything you have to do for a 1/2 inch, 3/4 inch? How many miles could you get? And then our board can make some decisions based upon that.
Okay.
Can I just respond to that?
Sure, please.
The amount of money that we're using for these number 3 projects for the match, it's only about $300,000. So it's not tying up enough money to do any overlays. We have a revenue issue. And then the other stuff, the number 2 items, all the maintenance, that's what our guys do every year to keep, you know, the ditches clean and to keep the potholes in. We're not working with a large amount of money here.
So explain again about, you said when some of the money gets, some of those projects get off the books, we'll get paid for those. When do you anticipate some of those coming off the books, which would allow for more revenue, if I'm understanding correctly?
Well, collectively, it's still only about 300,000.
Oh, even still?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's not a huge amount of money being devoted to these larger projects.
Just one thing that Janelle, our fiscal expert here, was reminding me is that the cost of business just keeps going up and our revenues are declining. So highway user tax went down 200,000. And what we're bringing here right now to the board that has to be voted on and sent in, I believe is just for SB1, which is the 3.5 million. And you guys saw, we've spent $1 million just on snow plowing. So you can see there's not a lot of wiggle room for paving projects. But if we get one-time funds, we will definitely use them as the board sees fit.
Supervisor Brandon, did you have a additional comment?
Okay, great, thank you. I just want to say, I know when I joined the board, everybody runs on roads. You learn a little bit about roads, then you get the full road presentation, you sit down and actually talk about it. And I know that my first sit down on that was very much the same situation. We do not have enough money. There's a revenue problem and it's not marginal. It's exponential. We have a fraction of what we need. So even if we were to double in efficiency, we're still at this point of it's not enough. So a lot of the year-to-year things that are really good aren't really fixing the kind of underlying issue. And I think in that meeting, the discussion was that we needed roughly about, at that point, it was a 1/2 cent, which probably was 3 million, to see PCI stabilize and slowly increase. So maybe we're not going to hit for sure 70 by 2042, but people will know that over time it's going up. So maybe by, who knows, 2100, we're going to have a great road system. I just want to throw out that that's only when I joined, which was 2020. I'm sure that the road report in 2018 and 2014, and probably since it really took a nosedive after a lot of the cuts, have kind of said the same thing. So I only wanted to bring that up, that when we're talking 300 million, and we're thinking, say you buy a house over a 30-year mortgage, that's 10 million a year. I think sometimes we're not thinking in real numbers with that. And all of this is already going to supporting a system that, if we didn't put it there, would be decreasing faster. And so it's already allocated, kind of like when the public comes in and they say, well, why don't you just allocate to go fix this problem? It's like that money isn't just sitting there. We put that into things already. So some numbers with it. I know we are considering looking at, a revenue measure, and we have some substantial fire needs, including Columbia, but also Groveland, right? We have one up the hill as well. The estimated cost for that was about $6.5 million. We have some, I think, needed law enforcement investments as well. Let's say $1.5 million there. That encompasses the entirety of about a 1 cent sales tax, which is about $8 million a year. We're just saying over 30 years, $10 million a year is what we would need. So it's just something to keep in mind about the cost, that one way or the other, I don't think the state's going to save us. I don't think we're going to find the secret sauce to fix. I think we can improve year over year, but there's no secret thing to find. What we're going to have to do is some level of new revenue. So my question on that would be, and not a question, but looking at the sales tax measure, this is one of those things everybody expects. Democrat, Republican, liberal, conservative, voter, non-voter, tourist, resident, roads is a basic government service. And we might have an opportunity to be able to accommodate that, which is about a half-cent kind of measure into it. The alternative that I brought up before too is there a way to create a districted model where areas can basically vote if they would like to have a revenue measure to, like a large CSA, not a small CSA. And CSA is probably not the right one. It could be CFD or a PRD or some other acronym soup. But if Columbia, for example, wanted to have a certain level of road condition, we could put that ballot measure on, and maybe the other areas of the county don't vote for it, but Columbia does. Columbia gets the road maintenance. The other areas say, hey, that looks pretty good. We now want that for our area. If we're not doing a sales tax or a property tax or something even, we're probably going to have to break it up into smaller pieces based on kind of willingness. So two other comments I wanted to provide with it. One is I think there's a huge wisdom to the software that we use, because one problem is if we take this money and come up to whatever projects are popular but not backed by data, that can be a very unfair process. I think it also would be fair if we said, hey, we're going to split it up 5 ways and look into our district. But the concern there would be, how do you account for one that has a city with their own public works department versus a huge district versus one that might have had another slide or something like that versus one that hasn't had enough attention on a lot of the residential roads. I'm just making all that up, but it's close enough. So I like the use of Street Saver, and I worry about removing that. The other is, this stuff was awesome, especially that board like Supervisor Half mentioned. That is something that really tells what we're dealing with. All the grants that you've gotten, that tells something that we're dealing with. And then looking at some of the funding issues of how much we have, I would highly recommend, if we can have, I know you already do great work on social media with regular organic outreach, can we plan a robust awareness campaign that is not just keeping our audience engaged, but trying to educate the entire community about that squarely in front of people? Ventura gets 6 times or something the gas tax that we get, and they have fewer roads. Often we're having to answer these questions, and I wish we could show how much work is being done, how much grant money is coming in, how big the problem is, and how unfair it is set up at the state. Would save us a lot of probably having to answer some of that, but also people would be probably a lot more willing to see a solution because they realize it's not just budgeting a little better one year. It's a massive issue. So, I talked a lot on that, but I would love to see a really robust effort. Like we did the homelessness awareness kind of campaign. That was a very sophisticated outreach on that issue. I would probably have rather seen that done on something like roads with the same intent, sophistication, and amount of data. So,
Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. And on that last point, I'll agree with Supervisor Brandon that I think enough time has passed and we have enough victories under our belt now that we need to start telling people about it. There's a pretty healthy list of completed projects that I think we can be proud of. Now I know I talk about it a lot. Anytime anyone will listen, I talk about the different public works projects that have been completed, but I think a coordinated way of looking at a county-wide projects list, I think is something that would be really valuable because, there's a refrain in the community about how bad the roads are. And that's fine, but what worries me is that if people think we're not doing anything about it, they'll think that, you know, what is the point of this? So getting people interested and understanding that there have been road projects and there will be more in the future. And the other part of that is that when I had a road project in my district, people were just shocked and didn't know what to do, and were very frustrated that the road was blocked because that road had never had a project in 20 years. And so getting people used to the idea that there's going to be road work, there are going to be delays, that is the price that we pay for improvement of our roads. That's a good looking piece of road right there. That's Q and Mill Road. I like it. So that's the first thing, is that I do think we should be touting the accomplishments of Public Works in the past. I mean, really 18 months, we've done a lot. I say we, you. I'm just a cheerleader. The other element is the funding, and I think, you know, talking about the tax measure, but also making sure that there's a commitment on the board, which I think we've pretty much been there. I don't know if we ever talked about it this way, but just saying when things like SRS or PILT or, you know, like there's LATCF funds that we put, that when those types of more discretionary federal or state funds come along, that at least a portion of that is going to go to roads, because it's something that touches all of us, you know, all of our districts. Everyone in the community talks about it. If money comes our way, you know, there are grants come and go. The way the federal and state governments work, we never quite know where it's going to come from, but when they do, just having it in our heads that we need to think about Public Works and roads specifically. The other thing I wanted to talk about, there was two. So one was Big Hill. I would like to see that in the conversation. I believe me, I know the whole thing about the costs and the challenges, but I think just at least keeping it on the radar, I think would be something that's valuable. Just to kind of like have it there, like if we are able to do something about that, it's still on the radar. But the other thing is, and you and I have talked about this a lot, Blossom and Kim and I, is we passed a dig once policy in the county. I thought that was really an achievement for this board. It was early on, I think it was like 4 years ago. And as I've learned more about some of our issues and some of the areas that I just observe in my district that have the most damage, a lot of it is connected with utility work that's done on county roads. And so I'm starting to see that some of the local utility partners that we have, so our PCI index is 50%. They're waiting until it gets to 49 and then they do their cut-ins. And then when the rain hits, where they did their cuts, that's where the rain collects and that's where you get a pothole. And so it's not, you know, roads that are even, that are a uniform surface, that don't have any cutouts, no manholes, nothing like that, they'll last for a very, very long time. It's the ones that have changes to them or any kind of undermining of the connective material within the road surface, that's where you get your potholes. So I think bringing something back to us about a way, you know, whether we lower that, how we can kind of address that or work better with some of our utility partners, I think in the county would be worthwhile, and letting them know that this is a problem and it's ultimately going to be the taxpayer that fits the bill for it. And so just being cognizant of that, I think. So are we talking about things to bring back? It sounds like we are, but
Yeah.
It's a little bit beyond what I guess you initially asked us for, but whenever you bring roads to this board, you're gonna get some feedback, so.
If I could just respond to that.
Sure.
The next two big roads that come out of Street Saver, our data-driven decisions, are Big Hill and Phoenix Lake Road, because Phoenix Lake is in just what you said. If we could do a cost-effective maintenance treatment now, we don't have to reconstruct it later.
Yeah.
Big Hill, unfortunately, we aren't in that position, but those are the two next kind of big roads that we need to find the funding to target. And as far as the dig once goes, we've started looking at that to kind of see what we can or can't do on that one. So it's under review.
Oh, and I thought of the last thing was striping. A lot of the striping is going bad in the county. And I know that there are designated funds and grants and things that we can apply just for striping. Isn't that true?
It's on your list here. It's paid for with SB one.
Either SB1, okay.
Yeah.
I thought there was more, there was something else about like
No.
using different reflective materials and something like that anyway. Okay, it's on the list, so never mind.
It is, and we use waterborne paint mainly because of all the snow plowing that we do.
Okay,
It'll take off, the snow plows will just chip off like a thermoplastic paint, which is, almost 10 times more expensive.
They use the stop bars and so forth.
Yeah. So like what we use on stop bars and crosswalks is thermoplastic, and it's just not as resilient to snow
Okay.
plowing.
I was reading something about if you use some kind of expensive new material, they'll subsidize it and help the county pay for it. And
Is that the epoxy paint?
is that what it is?
It might be.
Okay.
But we'll look into it. We're always looking to
All right.
improve.
Okay,
You
thanks.
want to talk about the striping contractor, though, issues from last year? Or?
Okay, so,
You wanna?
we're ready to move forward on this segment, and we've given some pretty good direction on what we'd like to see in the future. So Supervisor Kirk. go
I know
ahead.
we've all talked. Just 10 seconds. I wanted to clarify something after hearing Brandon speak. When I was saying disregard street saver, I didn't do a very good job of explaining, maybe not necessarily disregarding it, but maybe a different treatment for the roads identified. So yeah, they're identified, but instead of doing a reconstruction, maybe it's an overlay. That's what I was trying to, that's the human factor, yes. So just want to clarify that. So thank you. Do you need a recommendation?
Yes, we do. We
I'll
need to
move-
adopt the resolution, so if somebody would.
All right,
like
I'll
to
move
make a
forward
motion.
on a staff recommendation for this resolution.
Second.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Kirk, second by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay, we're there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we've got just one item left, I believe it's closed session. Do we expect a report out? Okay, so, yeah, and that would be the other question. Do you guys want to do reports? I'm seeing general will pass on this one, or, okay. So if I'm sorry, go ahead.
I
Supervisor.
do have one report, if that's okay.
Okay, go ahead.
I can restrict it to just one item. So I've been to both. So since our last meeting, I was at the Board of Directors for CSAC, and then last week I was in LA for the Executive Committee. And both times the topic of the Grants Pass Supreme Court case, what's it called? It's Martin v. Boise. So for those who aren't aware, Grants Pass is another court case that addresses the housing of people that are homeless, that are being asked to leave public property, or that you have to have a place for people to go if you're going to ask them to leave public property. So that's being challenged in the Supreme Court with another case called Grants Pass. My understanding is that, so from CSAC, what they're saying is that it's going to be heard in April, and that we won't hear a resolution to it until the end of June or July, somewhere in there. And so I know we've been talking about looking at a safe parking, safe camping site. The recommendation from CSAC, from their attorneys, has been to delay those kind of actions until we have a decision from the court, because we don't know how they're going to roll. They could uphold it, they could overturn it, they could overturn portions of it. So that was something that I think goes directly to what we're working on here, that's been discussed at a countywide level, and I just wanted to bring it to the attention of the board.
Very good, thank you. So if the clerk could read our closed item, please.
Item number 12, closed session, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9D1, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Section 54956.9D3, one case, see attached letter from County Counsel regarding the threat of litigation as required by Fowler v. City of Lafayette.
Very good, thank you. Are we going to meet in this room here? Okay, let's take it to about 4:30 so to give people a chance to close up things and, I'm sorry. Oh, public comment, I'm sorry. Is there any public comment on the closed session item? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back. So we'll meet in about 4:30 here. Okay, thank you.